Hello, everyone, and welcome to round three of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022. My name is Firouzja, and I'm delighted to be reunited with Grandmaster Benjamin Bok. Benjamin, how are you today?
I'm doing well. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be joining you again here today, Fiona. And yeah, we have a very exciting round at our hands. We have Alireza Firouzja, the youngest player ever to cross 2800, and that will be Hikaru's opponent for today. And yeah, Hikaru's playing with the black pieces. So yeah, what do you make of this game, Fiona?
I think it's going to be a big test for Hikaru. Alireza, meanwhile, it is his first game with the white pieces, so I think he will be especially eager. He's been suffering a bit in both games with the black pieces. So today we will see what has Alireza prepared with white, and I expect Hikaru to take a rather solid approach. But who knows? We're about to find out because they are off.
Yeah, they're off. So we see Alireza opening up the game with 1d4. To me, a bit of a surprise. Generally, he's more of a 1e4 player. But I guess he felt like Hikaru's just very solid in the Berlin and whatnot. So we see Hikaru going for his main defense, the Nimzo. So after knight c3, I'm sure he will play bishop to b4 here. It's what he's been playing for the last couple of years. And then bishop b4 is on the board. And now, okay, so queen c2. And actually, this is a line I have quite a bit of experience with, also against Hikaru. And generally, Hikaru is castled here against me.
Oh, and maybe, yeah, that's a good suggestion from Wrong Owl. Yeah, you're faster than I can, say. So we'll look at this from Hikaru's point of view. So you're saying you have quite a bit of experience in this line.
Yeah, so a3 is what I played against Hikaru in one of our games. He took and he played d5, which is one of the main lines. And here white has quite a bit of options. Queen takes c3 is on the board. I think he will go for d5. It's what he's been playing a lot. And yeah, here we have d5 as well. And here white has quite a bit of options, like knight f3 is a move. Bishop g5 is a move as well. I think Hikaru's played e3 in a couple of games himself with the white pieces. So once again, I'm very curious what Alireza is going to do. And he goes for bishop g5, and I have played quite a few games here.
So after bishop g5, what are the options for black? And are we still sort of in main theory territory, or is this already more rare stuff?
No, this is one of the main lines. It's yeah, what I played against Sam Savian in the World Cup in 2021. And here black has a couple of options. I would say black has three main moves here. One that Hikaru's played in a lot of games, including in a game against Magnus Carlsen, I believe, is staying on c4, queen takes, and then the move b6. And he's just taken on c4. But just to provide some context, you can also play the move h6. It's what Savian played against me in the World Cup. Black is also very solid here. Or the move c5, and this one is the sharpest. Black sacrifices the pawn here and gets some quick play, but we see Hikaru sticking to his guns with d takes c4, and I'm sure he's going to go b6.
Okay, I just wanted to say thank you to Hannah for the raid, and also a very happy birthday. 30 years old today, Wanzert, and well, I hope you have a great day. Very happy to hear you decided to spend it here with us on this lovely sunny Sunday. In Europe, at least. So queen takes d4, and as you predicted, b6 is on the board.
Yeah, and rook d1 by Alireza. This is the main line. So now let's see. Bishop a6 is the main move here for black. Then white generally goes queen a4. And I believe black plays queen e7. I wonder if black includes h6 and bishop h4, or queen e7 right away, and if knight f3, then rook d8 is what I believe to be the main line. But I'm thinking if it's this or if h6 was included. I think it was this, but not sure.
And what is the general reputation of this line? Is it quite solid for black?
Yeah, it's pretty solid for black, but there are some interesting tries. So I believe after rook d1, yeah, once again, bishop a6, queen a4, queen e7 are the main moves. Knight f3. I think it is h6, h4, and now queen e7. And then after knight f3, rook d8. Here's really where it begins. I think white also has the option of going pawn g4. It's what Mamedyarov played against Hikaru in a rapid game in St. Louis in 2021. Now, I think there was also a game that he played against Richard, in which Richard did something like e3. Hikaru traded on f1, Richard recaptured with the rook. Hikaru played c5, white took here. He took on d1, Richard recaptured. I think Hikaru played g5, bishop g3. Hikaru took on c5, and after queen d8, king g7, bishop e5. Hikaru gave a check, and they went for this repetition. So Hikaru's had a lot of games here, but it's very interesting to see. I think it's quite likely that we will reach this position, and queen e4 has just been played. I think Hikaru will go h6 and queen e7, and then I'm curious to see what Alireza is going to come up with.
Because surely, I mean, I don't know what your opinion is, but surely he wouldn't be interested in going in for a quick draw. Or do you think that, you know, yesterday maybe scarred him a little bit? He came very close to losing to Report. Do you think he might be happy to just make a draw and go into the first rest day?
Well, you were asking if Alireza is happy with a draw, or
I mean, I guess not, but yesterday was a tough day, maybe. I mean, he came very close to losing. So do you think there might be a chance that he's like, okay, let me just get into the first rest day?
No, I mean, he just got 2 black games out of the way. So I'm sure that he wants to go for it with the white pieces, right? I mean, because if you just make draws with white, then eventually, you know, you're going to get under pressure with black. So, yeah, I'm sure that is not his intention. I think he just wants to go all out and try and beat and try to go for the win. Let's see. We have all of this on the board, and now queen e7 is the main move here.
I know that you've been diligently doing the vote chess on chess.com, doing your predictions. What did you predict for this game here today?
So I predict a draw in this game. I predict that Fabiano is going to beat Duda. I predict a draw in Rajabo versus Nepo, and I predict I find it difficult to say. I mean, probably a draw in Ding versus Rapport.
Those are exactly my predictions as well. I mean, okay, it's not a very brave prediction, but we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Speaking maybe very briefly of Fabiano, what did you make of him going for the repetition yesterday in that final position against Nepo?
Yeah, I can understand it, because I think one of the moves to get to the advantage was to sacrifice an exchange, so didn't look easy. But yeah, I felt like he definitely missed some chances. And yeah, here we have knight f3 on the board by Firouzja, so I'm sure that now Hikaru is going to go rook to d8.
Do you think Hikaru is happy to have this line on the board?
Yeah, I think he cannot be. I think he cannot be too unhappy, but on the other hand, he looks to be surprised, and I guess he didn't really expect it for this game. So that is, of course, the one thing that's a little bit tricky. Also, because this line can become quite sharp.
It's interesting. I think it's a very interesting matchup, Hikaru against Alireza in general, because by the time Alireza really came to, you know, his rise, Hikaru was already more or less not so active anymore. So the two, I wasn't sure. I asked Hikaru yesterday. I think he said they never played classical, and even rapid or blitz maybe only 1 or 2 games. So really, they haven't faced off much against each other over the board. Online, it's of course a different story.
Yeah. No, they've played each other a ton in online. in Online Blitz and Bullet. But yeah, I think, like as you mentioned, it's their first classical game. And yeah, once again, I'm a little bit surprised that Hikaru is staying here, because I think after move knight f3, you kind of have to play rook d8. And once again, it gets pretty sharp. There was also another game in that St. Louis tournament in which Lequang Lian played e4 against Hikaru. So Hikaru took, I think it was rook takes by Lequang. And so white wants to go e5, right? So black's pretty much forced to go g5, but now white sacks the piece, wants to go for a quick e5. And Hikaru ended up in a lot of trouble. I think it went e5, then f4 from white. And yeah, things can get very sharp here. So that is slightly concerning that Hikaru is spending time in this position, but yeah, I wonder what else he could be thinking of. And there is the move, rook to d8.
There it is, rook d8. I mean, what even is Alireza's main repertoire? Is d4 his main, or does he switch it up? Like, I'm trying to remember.
No, he's more of a 1e4 player, I would say.
That's what I thought.
So he's also added 1d4, but yeah, to me this comes as a bit of a surprise. And now the move queen c2. So I guess with this move he's trying to prepare e4, but it begs the question, like, can black create counterplay with the move c5? What happens here?
Okay, so let's see, c5. Okay, first question is what happens if white takes, I guess.
Yeah, if white takes, I guess we'll trade here. And I mean, how do you, maybe with the king?
Oh, wow, that I didn't expect.
But I mean, well, it is probably too risky. It feels like black is doing very well, because black just gets a ton of play, and this pawn is probably going to be lost one way or another. So probably you're right, probably taking with the queen. But I mean, let's say we take here. I feel like black is just too active.
Yeah, I mean, this looks nice for black, and white is still far from being castled. So, okay, queen c2.
Yeah, I don't know if queen c2 is a novelty.
Let me have a quick look.
Try to have a quick look, but it's not a move I'm familiar with. And once again, this is a position I've studied quite a bit.
I only see 2 games actually after queen c2, and none of them are by strong.
Wait, actually, I see 2 games. There has been 1 game by Bach, but you write it B-A-C-H. He's probably Vietnamese or something, because it's Bach.
Yeah, Vietnamese brother from another mother.
Indeed. And the black player was Ben Johnson. Isn't that the guy from the Perpetual Chess podcast? Yeah, no, that's him, right?
Yeah. And a lot of funny coincidences.
Indeed. And the other game was between
the 2 of... But wait, I see 2 games between those.
2 games between
I thought at first I thought it was a duplicate, but no.
No.
That's so funny. And then I see 1 more game between Sarrazin and Ivan Shitko.
And then the next, then there was 1 more game. Oh yeah, I think you were saying that, yeah, between Sarrazin and Shitko, yeah.
Okay, so queen c2, and okay, clearly something that Alireza has prepared, because he's been blitzing everything out. By the way, I want to say a big hello and a big welcome to everyone watching us, not just in the chat, but also if you're watching us on front page of Twitch. Welcome. My name is Fiona. With me is Benjamin, and we are following Hikaru in the candidates tournament in Madrid. The candidates tournament, the most important event in the chess world, apart from the World Championship match, where the winner qualifies to play against world champion Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru qualified amazingly from the Grand Prix after having barely played online chess, over the board chess in 2 years, and he got off to a loss, but bounced back yesterday. So he's back in it. And today he has a huge game against one of the biggest prodigies chess has ever seen, Alireza Firouzja.
Indeed, yeah, this is going to be a very exciting game. So yeah, definitely make sure to stick around, you guys. Make sure to hit that follow button because you don't want to miss this. I mean, Hikaru could potentially play a World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. So let's see. Yeah, we all hope you enjoy the chess.
Yeah, today promises to be an exciting day. I hope Hikaru managed to retire. Not to retire. I was reading the chat and talking at the same time. I hope he does manage. I hope he managed to recover because yesterday was a very long and grueling game against Rajabov. But he joined us. He joined us on the stream. He did his recap. Seemed in very high spirits. I think it's easier to deal with long games when you come out victorious, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, if you win such games, I feel like you instantly get your energy back. But when you lose, you just
it sucks the life out of you.
It sucks the life out of you. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how Rajabov will deal with that. We can have a very quick look later on, but let's see. So let's say Hikaru plays the move c5. I think Alireza is looking at the move e4 with the same idea that let's say Hikaru trades on f1. He wants to recapture with the king or with the rook. Let's say with a rook, and then threat e5. So if g5, I think now he's gonna sack again. And once again, this gets very, very sharp.
Yeah, and how do you? I mean, this is something I can imagine if you're Hikaru and you haven't looked at this, that's quite scary to get into against a prepared opponent.
Yeah, no, for sure. So it will not be easy to navigate complications here. But yeah, I mean, Queen c2 has been played in this position. So yeah.
Is there any way to avoid this whole G5 stuff?
Probably
not, right?
I don't think so. Maybe knight bd7. So the idea is like, okay, you're sacrificing this pawn over here, but if white takes, you go rook dc8, and you get very quick counterplay, right? Like the queen has to go somewhere over here, and then rook c2, and white is still undeveloped, and black is pretty active over here. Now, I guess if white goes e4, our idea is to just take on f1 and then maybe go e5, not to have to deal with all of this stuff. But there could be some drawbacks. Maybe move like knight e5 to threaten knight c6. Taking doesn't solve any of your problems. So I guess probably c5 has to be played. Or you could consider bishop e7. If you don't want to deal with e4.
Yeah, bishop e7 is a move that's always a little counterintuitive, right? When you've already spent the tempo on bringing the bishop to a6. So I guess what Hikaru is up to is he's just calculating all the different lines after c5, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he's calculating it. But yeah, it's of course a tricky situation because he is going to face some preparation here, but let's see what I guess we'll just have to wait and see what Hikaru is going to do. Perhaps we can have a very quick look at the other boards.
Absolutely. Where do you want to start?
So let's start with one of our leaders, Fabiano Caruana, with the white pieces against Jan Christoph Duda.
At first sight, this looks quite exciting, right?
Yeah, no, we have a Najdorf on our hands. I'm quite surprised that Duda played the Najdorf because it's a very sharp opening, and I would expect him to play something more solid, like let's say the Petrov.
Yeah,
but
it shows that he's very confident into his openings because especially against Fabiano, I mean, who's so well prepared. Didn't Fabiano have this in the last candidates, this important win with the white pieces? Was that against MVL's Najdorf? Didn't he come with some big prep?
Yeah, no, that was in that game he played the bishop g5 niner, but yeah, that was after a year of preparation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So first game of the second half. But this game goes for bishop e3, and Duda plays the move h5 to stop the move g4 from white. But I don't know. I guess black is probably okay here. I'm a little bit surprised that both sides have been spending, a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm. Because also, I mean, the Najdorf isn't Duda's main repertoire. Am I mistaken?
Well, traditionally it always was, but he's become more solid in recent years.
Okay, so traditionally.
Yeah, it's definitely something Fabiano could have expected, but once again, I thought that he was going to play something more solid because it's always so dangerous, right? Playing the knight against someone who's so well prepared like Fabiano.
Yeah.
And he received knight d5 by white. So here generally black takes and then goes knight b6 because you cannot defend the pawn on d5 properly. So here white generally has to give up the bishop for the knight, and black is probably more or less okay here.
How does white, I mean, one question I have, just if we put that position back on the board just for 1 second, after knight b6 takes, does white, one question I have is, where does the black king go in those lines?
It's a good question. So very often this king, it still goes to the king side, either by king side castles, or black can go, let's say there was d3, black can always go for something like g6, then king f8, king g7.
One other question there, after bishop d3, I guess we can never take on d5 because bishop e4.
Yeah.
Okay. So g6.
Yeah, I mean, g6 might not be the best move here, but just to illustrate the plan, right, that we can also bring our king over like that. And knight b6 has just been played by Duda. So I think Fabiano just has to take because you cannot give up this pawn on d5.
And overall, how do you evaluate the resulting position?
So I always thought that black was fine in this position, but white, of course, has some chance. This pawn on h5 is a little bit awkward. Black would like to put it back on h7 and then just go kingside castles, but fortunately, that's not how chess works.
Very true. I'm seeing rumors in the chat that the reason you're using a virtual background is you're actually in Madrid.
No, it's just that Chat's mom is in the background and I didn't want to, show off. So yeah, that's the real reason.
That's so considerate of you.
Indeed. So you guys got it out of me. Congrats.
Shall we check in with our other leader for a second, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and that way we can also see how Rajabov has recovered from the grueling game yesterday.
Indeed. Yeah, let's see. So this game started off as a Catalan, and Nepo goes for a different line. So since the World Championship match against Carlsen, he played this bishop e7 line, but he lost the game against Wesley so recently. So perhaps he feels like it's time to switch it up. And in this game, he takes on c4 and plays the move c5, short castles, knight c6. White goes for this line where he trades the queens and goes knight bd2, hitting the pawn on c4. And black can't really defend the pawn. So he decides, like, okay, before I give it back, let me weaken white's pawn structure. And all of this is theory. So I guess for Rajabov, it's just choosing which line he wants to play. Like knight fd4 is a move, bishop e2 is a move. And white has some ideas here, but black generally is fine here.
So once again, we see this approach of black just trying to be quite solid out of the opening. And finally, quick look at thing against report.
Yeah, let's have a look.
As we see, by the way, on the small board, that Hikaru is still thinking after queen c2.
Yeah, so d4 was played by Ding. And a bit of a surprising opening choice to me, that report goes for the Grunfeld. I can't quite recall him playing this very often. And Ding goes for, I guess, this been the classical main line with bishop c4 it was heavily discussed in the World Championship match between Kasparov and Karpov. And report goes for this new main line with the move b6, rook to c1, bishop b7, bishop b5, rook to c8, and queen d2. So white is just, like after b6, there's two things white can do. White can decide to take this pawn here, or as Ding does, just improve the placement of his pieces a little bit. But I think black is generally fine here. Generally, black plays a move like e6, making sure that d5 is never a problem. And very often white tries to go for stuff like h4, h5, but black should be fine here.
Very interesting that you say white goes for h4, h5. So even with the king castle, it doesn't matter, we still throw the h pawn up the board, yeah?
Yeah, indeed.
Okay.
But of course, oh, sorry,
no, go
of course, ahead. Yeah, h4, maybe it's not a possibility here, as you mentioned. So,
yeah, I meant in general.
Right, yeah.
Because it's one of the things that, I mean, we talk about so often these days, you know, the influence of computers on chess, and it feels like maybe a few years back, well, we've had a move, so I'll spare you my computer ramblings. Let's go back to Hikaru.
Yeah, so after queen c2, he played the move c5, which does seem to be the best move in the position. And now I do expect Alireza to play e4 quite quickly, because that seems to be white's most challenging move. There's nothing else really that makes sense. Right? You just play this move to support e4 push. I mean, e3 is just way too timid. Black is completely fine here. And I'm very curious to see what Hikaru is going to do after this move e4. And
so let's have a look at the different options. And yeah, it has been played already. So you were saying earlier, taking on f1.
Yeah, so let's say we take an f1. Let's say white takes with the rook. I guess we have to play g5. White takes, we take, and here black has some options, I'd imagine. Yeah, generally it's the same thing as like if we compare it real quick to that idea we saw earlier, right? If you go knight f3, rook d8, and then here e4. Like if I recall correctly, like after e5 f4, black has quite a bit of options, but it becomes quite critical later on. And at some point, black is walking a pretty small path. Yeah, tight rope. There, that's
By the way, sorry, Benjamin, I was smiling there because I had never seen the exclam adopted command before. I see a certain Grandmaster Buck is on that list. It's quite an extensive, I mean, it's an impressive list. How does it, do you feel it's a badge of honor to be on it, or like a pin of shame?
I mean, well, there's also a bunch of other GMs on there, so I don't feel too bad about it. Yeah, that was not a good day. I just got tilted way too early on. But yeah, actually, it's funny that you pointed out, because it is Father's Day. So I wonder how Hikaru feels about how Hikaru
all
feels
his
about
sons.
That. Yeah. Well, maybe we can ask him about that later. After the round.
Yeah, we should try and remember. Try and remember. So yeah, e4. We just looked at bishop takes f1. Are there even any other options? Is g5 immediately an option?
It is a good question. I feel like it's probably a good idea to rob white of the option of castling. But let's see. So let's say white goes. Let's say we go g5 right away. I mean, I wonder if I can take. I guess bishop g3. It might be a move, but maybe it's too timid. But the question is, of course, if anything changes if white takes right away, right? Like e5 is a big threat. And maybe now if you take an f1, you have to consider the move e5.
Yeah, so I've gained absolutely nothing, and I've just given you extra options. So doesn't look like g5 is anything at all.
Indeed.
So basically, is bishop takes f1 just the only? Okay, maybe because Hikaru has just played it.
Yeah, and it does make me wonder, right? Like Hikaru, he's still playing fairly quickly here, while the position is extremely sharp. He played bishop takes f1 after 3 minutes, so maybe he's still vaguely familiar with the position. He spent 2 minutes on rook d8, and I know that he knows that move for sure, because he's played in a ton of games. He could be unfamiliar with the move queen c2, but I don't know. It's not like he spent like half an hour, right? Okay, he spent 40 minutes, which is quite a considerable amount of time, but maybe there's still an outside chance that he was just trying to remember, because that's what he said after the game against Fabiano, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm with you. I think there's a good chance that Hikaru has seen this someday, you know, or something very similar, but probably not this morning or last night. And in that case, sometimes you just take a bit of time to memorize, and then you kind of back in more or less familiar territory. Guys, I can confirm Benjamin is not in Madrid, so let's put that question to rest. So bishop takes, rook takes is on the board, and well, g5 once again looks kind of forced, right?
I think so, yeah, because if we take on d4, then e5 is going to be very very strong, and I think you're just losing a piece, and with that pretty much the game. So I think you do have to play g5, and yeah, it's not of course really what you want to do, but I think it's just what you have to do at this point. So it's gonna be quite sharp.
I like this comment by Keith. Just got here. What is this madness? Do you even castle, bro? Well, white clearly isn't gonna castle anymore. But yeah, we're gonna get something very, very sharp today.
Indeed, and Hikaru did castle. It looks like white's king is sort of in a castle, right in between those two rooks, if you think about it.
Yeah.
But let's see. Yeah, I think g5 is the, so let's have a look. So we have to go g5. White takes, we take, white takes. So now e5 is a threat. So we can first of all go e5 ourselves.
Yeah.
What if we go knight c6, right? Like, does this work? We take on d4, but the queen is going to move out of the way, and this pin isn't solved. So to me, this looks too dangerous.
Yeah, and just one thing, I see CGGGVV saying, looks like win or lose game. One of the things, and I don't know if you'd agree, but very often these very sharp games, of course, there's potential for win or lose, but very often there's also potential for it to just end in some kind of repetition or perpetual check.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, so even though the evil bar is still in the middle here, once again, it feels like black is at some point gonna walk a very tight rope. And given the fact that white is in his preparation, it seems very dangerous. And that's a tricky thing here. You really have to know what you're doing. So let's see. We can also play the move e5 that we discussed. Now, does
e5
white play...
looks a little bit less risky than this line we just went down with knight c6.
Yeah.
So you were saying, does white play?
So white could go f4, but I guess this is fine for us. We take on d4 and maybe just knight bd7. And I don't think we have to be too concerned here, to be honest. Like if white goes queen f5 to get this knight back, maybe we can even go, let's say, queen e6, you know, and the endgame isn't all that terrible, I think. But yeah, the fact that Hikaru keeps staying in this position is a little bit concerning, I guess. Yeah, I definitely think Alireza is still in prep here. I mean, he has 1:55 on the clock, but Hikaru definitely isn't, because yeah, he's already spent half an hour here. So I think it's very likely that we'll reach this position. I think in the current position, there's nothing else really that Hikaru can do here.
Other than g5, yeah. Yeah, I think once again, it's very likely that Hikaru right now, for everyone watching and wondering, it's very likely that he's not thinking about do I play g5 or not in this position, but rather deciding after g5, knight takes, bishop takes, then what, that he's evaluating those resulting positions. So I'm pretty sure I'm with you that g5 will be played. So maybe if you want, we can once again take a very quick tour, very quick look elsewhere.
Indeed, let's have a look. So we have a couple more moves in the game between Radjabov and Nakamura. So after bishop e7, knight fd4 was played, bishop d7, and Radjabov traded on c6. But generally, this isn't too concerning for black. You just trade on c6, take, and now the pawn structure is completely symmetrical. Bishop c6 has been played, so we'll see this trade shortly.
Yeah, I mean, Radjabov, we talked about it. He had a really tough loss, against Hikaru yesterday. I'm sure most of you will have seen it. I wouldn't be so surprised if Radjabov was like, okay, whatever about the white pieces, I'm happy to play a quiet game. If I can get a little something, great, and if not, let me get into that first rest day. Yeah,
but the tough thing is, of course, that it's a tournament where only first place counts, right? So you do have to try to make the most of your chances with the white piece, especially if you're already down to -1, because at some point it might just be too late, right? And if you only make draws with white, you're gonna just get under pressure with black, and you might also lose games there, and then it only becomes worse.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think it really depends. Actually, you're making a good point. It really depends. Does Radjabov? I have no idea. We talked about it yesterday a bit with Irina. It feels like chess hasn't been his main focus for a little while. So I have no idea. Did he come to Madrid wanting to win it at all costs, or just let me do well? I was shocked. I mean, let me ask you your opinion. I was shocked that Timur decided to play Norway chess so shortly before. Okay.
Yeah, so no, I was quite surprised that he decided to play in Norway as well, because it was very there was not a lot of time between Norway and the candidates. In general, players like to take a little bit of rest in between tournaments, but Hikaru has played the move g5.
G5, yeah.
Alireza sacked the knight, so now is a big moment. Hikaru has a lot of options. You could take on d4, you could play e5. What do you think he's gonna do here?
I think e5 seems logical, just from the point of view that you are taking the option of going e5 away from white, but Hikaru has just played knight c6, the other move we were looking at.
So he's played knight c6 quite quickly. So once again, I don't really exclude the fact that he could still be in some prep here.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he was just trying to remember everything, because otherwise I feel like playing it after 25 seconds does feel a little fast. But let's have a look. So let's say white goes pawn e5, we take on d4, we hit the queen. So where can this queen go? It can go to d3 maybe. So let's say go to d3.
I like d3 so that the queen can swing around via the third rank. And now what? Now we need something good, right?
Yeah. Maybe just move knight f5 to hit the queen and make sure it cannot swing over to g3. But again, it feels very dangerous. I would feel that white has to somehow be able to recapture this rook with his king. So he keeps with the queen, sorry, because let's say you go queen h3, then I can always take, give a check with my queen, and then pin myself. But Alireza has just moved. He played queen c1. Quite surprising. So I guess if Hikaru takes now he wants to go queen f4. Looks pretty dangerous. And that's sort of what I was referring to earlier. Like, let's say in this position, there's still a lot of moves for black, but eventually the rope is going to get tighter and tighter.
Mhm. So queen c1 after knight takes, queen f4 looks dangerous. What about e5 again?
So let's have a look. Let's say we go e5. So white can play d5, let's say. Then knight d4, and maybe here someone like rook d3 and swing the rook over. I don't know how dangerous. It looks pretty dangerous, I would say.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
maybe we can
at
always
some
run
point,
somehow.
yeah, there's two things I would like to do in this position: run with the king and unpin myself with the queen. I don't know
Right,
which is more urgent because yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I was also thinking, wondering if f4 is also a threat for white. Just try and open the f file as well, bring the rook into the game.
Yeah, f4 could definitely be an idea as well. So let's have a look. If white goes f4,
or even after rook d3 on the next move, if we don't do anything like here. I was thinking, what do I do? Yeah.
So let's say you go here. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, maybe someone like rook h3 here, but very, very difficult to figure out what exactly is going on.
What even f4 here? Is f4 after king f8 an option?
I think it definitely is, but I think maybe f4 isn't the most concerning because we always have rook d6, right, to protect this. And and if you think about it, even if white takes, we recapture and then we take an e4 on the next move. So we don't have to be too worried about that. But let's see. So let's say Hikaru does play the move e5. It feels like d5 from white is forced. You could also go bishop h4 to give this check over here. But let's say we take with the pawn, right? Opening up this line for a queen. I don't really know if there's anything more for white, like after king h7 than a draw.
Yeah, this looks like maybe there isn't more because our pieces are doing a great job at the moment. And it looks like white is just not in time, right, to bring another piece with rook d3 because we could take on e4 with checks. So
yeah,
here it looks like there is not more than the perpetual.
Yeah, you cannot do that. So let's go back, right? So after queen c1, this is the current position we have. So e5 is a move. So we can never take with the pawn because then we hang our knight. I wonder if somehow we can take on d4. Apparently queen f4 is coming. But so let's say I do this. You take, I take, you queen f4. And can I cook up something with the knight and the queen, right? Like let's say I go here, you take, I check, you go king up. I check, you go king d2 maybe. I take here, and I don't know how this is gonna.
Question is, do we get mated?
Walk out of it, but white picks up a lot of pawns, and eventually he can pick up the knight, but can white go for more? I don't necessarily. Although, I mean,
this is an insane line.
Right, it's and black's king is definitely unsafer than white's.
I mean, it's a lot of pawns. I mean, we have an extra exchange, and the white king is also not super safe, but this is wild. This is really
it's
wild.
Pretty wild, yeah. But yeah, something for Hikaru to consider. And I wonder if, maybe the move queen c1 came as a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, I think it probably did. It came as a surprise to you as well. And it's just, yesterday we were on the other side. Yesterday we were so happy. Hikaru seemed to have gotten some prep and he had the time advantage. Today we're on the not so pleasant side. It's clear that Alireza is still following his prep. He blitzed out queen d1. And yeah, Hikaru has a lot of stuff to figure out. It doesn't look like they're any lines where black can force a draw. And there are a lot of lines that look quite scary. So what would you do if you were in Hikaru's shoes right now? How would you go on about this?
Yeah, so I was just having a quick look. So taking on d4 feels very dangerous, right? You go down this whole line.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll maybe investigate e5 more, right? So we kind of said that white probably has to go for d5. By bishop h4, it feels like black makes quite an easy draw because white just doesn't have more here than perpetual, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let's say white goes d5, we jump in with the knight. And I guess rook d3, right, to bring this rook into the game. But then maybe your idea of unpinning the queen is good because we do hit this pawn. And let's say rook g3, I think we just run, right? But I mean, there's also rook h3 to go for a quick rook h6.
And now the question is, can we be so greedy and take on e4?
Yeah, maybe we can, because okay, white takes, we recapture, and g5 and h6 are covered. So white could try f3, but then, I mean, maybe we take over here. Takes. But all of this is, of course, very difficult to figure out. And then if the king steps here, we have this check with a perpetual, because if you go here, then you get hit with 92.
This line at least looks nice. So do you think e5 may be the most likely?
I think so, yeah. I think e5 is the most likely. But Hikaru will definitely have to spend some time here. Because yeah, this line is very difficult to calculate. But yeah, I do feel that if you take on d4, this line that we show with queen f4, it feels like black is in trouble. Here we see Hikaru on the live feed. He is very concentrated.
Yeah.
Indeed, yeah.
So let's just see if e5, we looked at d5, we looked at bishop h4. Are there any other moves that we need to consider?
I think not really, because I mean, if white takes an e5, this solves all of our problems quite conveniently. We just recapture. And I mean, taking on c5 is not really a concern as well. I mean, let's say even queen e6, right, to just get out of the pin, and white doesn't really have any attack here. So I think d5, knight d4. And the question is here, does white have anything else than rook d3, right? We discussed f4, but maybe once again, this move rook d6 to just defend the knight, and black is getting out of it.
I think he will go. I mean, I disagree with who was saying, very genius chess was saying Hikaru's body language isn't encouraging. I think he's just very focused and calculating. Like he doesn't look, I think when he's not happy, he looks different. What would you say? Well,
yeah, indeed. But if we looked very closely, we saw him just doing the head bob, like, yeah, I remember this. And now he's, yeah, right. Well, I mean, if I do this, then that. So it's showing,
I think if anything, it's encouraging. Yeah, I think the more we see it, I think at first, like, it's like, because you want to, of course, see your player just blitz out everything. But the more we look at him, the more reassured I feel. Like, I think it's not bad what we are seeing on the cam.
Yeah, no, he's not looking too unhappy. Yeah, no, I think I see him bobbing his head. Yeah, it's starting to look better, I think. Generally, he's pretty good at calculating these lines. So let's hope he figures it out.
Just get a little bit more light in here.
No worry.
Okay, I'm back.
What's up, chatters? All right. So yeah, here we have Hikaru on the live feed, looking very, very focused. Just all right, and you're back. Yeah.
I am back. Yeah, I was just literally turning on the light switches because I have all the curtains closed to try and keep the heat out. But yeah, I think what we saw is encouraging. I think maybe we can go away for 1 second, and hopefully we'll come back to e5 on the board. I quite like these lines that we were going down.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Okay.
I like this one. Poem dedicated to Bok. In Bok's green screen, my mother I have seen.
Yeah. All right.
It's a good effort.
Yeah. Anyway, chatters, Rajabov captured a pawn on c5. And now, I mean, maybe Nepo can just take over here, go rook c8, get the pawn back eventually. And this one might be a tiny bit better with the bishop versus the knight. But I feel like black should be able to hold here.
So what do we do? Do you keep the knight on c3 or do you drop the knight back? I guess the knight is happy on c3 for now.
Yeah, I mean, you would like to go knight d5, but e4 is kind of a problem. So maybe you want to solve that later on. But for now, it's not under attack. But so maybe you can just play a move like a6 first. But once again, there's still some small problems for Nepo to solve. He could also consider knight takes c3 here, and this also looks very dry. But once again, white is a slightly more active rooks, so maybe he's still a tiny bit better.
A tiny bit, but in general, you're not too concerned here for Nepo. Okay, let's leave. I'm struggling. Sorry, Benjamin. I'm struggling to get excited about this game.
Yeah, no, true, and I guess we're all getting distracted by the chat.
Also,
I don't want to flame them all the time, you know. So sometimes I'm just like, letting the comments go. Don't want to flame them all the time.
Maybe you need to just like put a sheet of paper on that part of the screen, just Zen mode.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. We appreciate all of you guys here.
We appreciate you guys. I appreciate also your poetry efforts.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check back in with Fabi and do that.
Yeah, let's have a very quick look. All right. So let's see. So after knight b6, Fabiano traded on b6 and played knight a5. He's ready to hop into the c6 first. So Duda played rook to c8. Now, you could play knight c6, but you do have to reckon with knight takes d5. Like, let's say black gives white a move here. Or like, say you go g6. I think after c4, white already has a very serious advantage because it's very difficult to get rid of this knight on c6. It's nicely anchored in on this square by the pawn on d5. But black has this little tactic by taking the pawn on d5, removing the defender of the knight. So if we recapture, black takes here and he's just up a pawn. Now white could take on e7, but then black recaptures with his knight. But now we can take this pawn over here. But generally, I thought that black is just fine in this endgame after, I think it was knight c6, followed by king e7. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not tilting.
I think today, I think this has been a great opening success for young Christoph Duda. Fabi's opening prep is always quite worrisome. I think something that you always have to worry about, especially when you face him as black. And today, even looking at the clock times, Duda up quite a bit on the clock, seemingly not too many problems on the board. So so far, this seems to have gone very well for him.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see, I think Fabiano was just a little bit surprised by this h5 line. So probably that's why he took this very solid approach with the knight to c6, because black can take this pawn, but white doesn't really have any risk in this endgame. But again, it's very difficult to really be better here. King e7, rook hd8, and the position is pretty dry. But of course, white has the bishop versus the knight. And potentially these pawns on the queen side can be a little bit tender, maybe a4 the right moment. So still some problems to solve if we do that.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll check back in. I wouldn't even be shocked if he was still in kind of territory, familiar territory. He's been playing so fast. So we will see. And then finally, as Hikaru is still thinking, quick update on Ding against Report.
Yeah. So yeah. Actually, I just want to say real quick that all of this has been played, so we'll go into this end game. But yeah, let's have a look at the game between Ding and Report. So after Queen D2, we expected the move E6, but Report, he traded on D4 and then played the move Queen D6.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, by going D6 and not going E6, you allow White to go D5. So I guess Knight E5, but F4. Maybe it plays out. It's tough to say.
So after Bishop D4, what are the options for Black here?
I mean, maybe some move like E5 to hit in the center, because I think if you don't do that, then White is just going to be better after someone like H3, and your Knight is once again just jumping around.
I mean, E5 is the kind of move, I don't play the Grunfeld from either side, but it's the kind of move that to me is like, wow, like you just give me this passed pawn on D5, but maybe it's a lot more forcing than this. So let's see E5.
Mm-hmm. Yes, E5. So if White takes, Black is generally quite happy. You take with the Knight, let's say, and now you have a nice blockade on the dark squares in the center.
Mm-hmm.
You could also take here, but maybe we just recapture with the pawn because we have pressure here. We have pressure here. So I guess Black is doing pretty fine here.
Fine. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, very sharp stuff. So let's see what Ding will do. So let's see. So D5 is an option, of course. He could also prepare it with someone like Rook FD1, keep the game more quiet.
He played it Rook FD1, no?
Oh yeah, he just played it.
Yeah.
So he's listening to our commentary.
Yeah.
And yeah, we got an interesting question from one of our chatters. They were asking, if Hikaru is calculating, how many moves does he calculate ahead? 10, 15, 20? I don't, well, it depends, right? Like if there's a line that's very forcing with only moves, you might think 20 moves ahead, but generally I wouldn't say that's too practical, because if you calculate 20 moves ahead, it's very likely that you're going to make a mistake. So generally, you're considering different options along the way, and it's more in the range of, let's say, 10 moves, maybe 15.
Yeah, I mean, as you're saying, it really depends wildly on the position. If you had to take a guess, what position do you think Hikaru is looking at right now? What kind of lines? Do you think it's something in this E5 line that we were looking at, or? And I know it's a tough question.
Anyway, let's see. Well, I think he's definitely considering the move E5 to stop this. I think he could be looking. So let's have a look, right? So Rook takes D4 is 1. Rook takes, so 2. This line has been looked at, right? Queen F4. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
This was a long one.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, did I miscount? No, wait, this is 12, right? This is 12.
Yeah.
And around here, maybe he'd be like, okay, this isn't too clear, right? Because White has a lot of pawns here on the king side. And, your king, the problem of your king still isn't solved. So once again, I would say it's more like at most in the 10 to 15 range. And this line, once again, is very, very forced, right? Because we capture the rook and the White goes through this line with all the checks. But generally, it's more like, let's say, in the range of 5 to 10 moves ahead, but he's looking at different options, right? So he's looking at rook takes d4, knight takes, e5, and just trying to see what happens after, right? So we also looked at e5, so 1, 2, let's say queen e6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and yeah, let's say 9, or there's also this 9, 10, 11, 12. So once again, it's more around like 10 moves, because otherwise you're just thinking too far ahead. It just doesn't really make sense.
I found another interesting question in the chat actually from Giorgio. If GM Bok replaced Hikaru right now, would he be able not to lose?
Well, but I mean, that's not relevant. I mean, it's a very tough position. It's a very tough position.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's also, it really, I thought it was a funny question, but it's impossible to answer. I mean, we don't even know, will Hikaru be able not to lose? Will, you know, we don't even know what's going to happen in this game. I mean, okay, maybe the way I can ask this question is, how would you feel if you were in Hikaru's shoes right now?
Well, I mean, I'd be kind of worried, you know, because Alireza is blitzing out every move. He's clearly in his preparation, and it's definitely not easy. But I guess Hikaru must feel that there is a way for him here to be fine.
Mm-hmm. I think so too. And well, actually, just as you say that, we have him back on the camera, and he's once again just super, super focused. So I think there is a big chance that that he is looking, you know, at I'm sure he's already probably looked at all the lines that we showed you guys and more. I mean, the speed at which they calculate and the amount of lines they're going through. It's just a position where you have to rely on brute calculation. Sometimes other types of position, you can rely a little bit on instinct or just on your feeling. But here, it's literally just calculation.
Yeah, and here we see really how opening preparation works at the top level, right? After queen c1, Alireza knows that with perfect play, black is fine in this line. But will his opponent, who's, you know, well, we think Hikaru is a human. We don't know for sure, but let's assume Hikaru is human, right? Like, is a human going to figure it out over the board? And that's very tough. And as we saw before, if black is able to figure out all of the right moves, then black makes a draw, right? So there isn't much risk for black, but if black makes a mistake along the way, you can just lose. So that's basically what Alireza is banking on with his opening preparation here.
Benjamin, as we wait for Hikaru to make his move, I see that quite a few people have already used the command Hawaii. If you haven't watched the stream for the first couple of days, you might not know that we are trying to give away a trip to Hawaii, a 1-week trip for 2 people with the shirt. Or if you are not interested in that, you can also go for 10K. And that is... can I even talk? So the way we're trying to give away the trip is if you guys download the Capital One shopping extension, which is just 2 clicks to install it. Let me first get my first things in. You have to do it from a desktop or from a laptop, and you have to be either in the US or in Canada. It's just 2 clicks. It's a browser extension which will help you save money, but it will also every extension download will donate $10 to charity. We are raising funds for Games for Love throughout the whole candidates tournament. So if you have already donated or are planning to donate, that's very generous. If you cannot afford, or if you would like to donate an extra $10, you can do that just by downloading the extension. And if we get to 2,500 downloads, then we will raffle away a trip or the 10K. Benjamin, what would you do with 10K? If I gave you 10K now, what would you do with it?
That's a very good question. Yeah, go to Hawaii. Yeah, just go to Hawaii. Yeah, have a fun trip. But yeah, just to point out real quick, you guys, just typing exclamation mark Hawaii in the chat is not enough to make yourselves eligible to enter into the raffle. You either have to donate, as Fiona said, but you can also get the extension, which tells you about discounts when you're about to check out online, and it will tell you like, hey, you can get all of this stuff here for a better deal. So it's really a win-win win situation, because if you donate, there will be $10 donated for
on
you
your behalf. Yeah.
on your behalf, and you'll be entered into the raffle as well. You just have to follow that link that is now spammed in the chat. It's upstream.im/TeamHikaru giveaway. So yeah, get the extension, and yeah, $10 will be donated for you, and you will be entered into the raffle, and you can win a lot of good stuff.
Let us know as well. I'll try this earlier than yesterday. I mean, 10K is a lot of money that we're trying to give away. So I hope we'll get to the 2,500 downloads. Let me know in the chat. Yesterday it was already quite late, so there were a lot of what's the NSFW or what's the anyway. Not safe answers, but let me know in the chat. What would you guys do if you won the 10K now? What would you do? NSFW, that's the one.
Yeah, I mean, asking the chat what they do, that's opening up a can of worms.
Let's see, will we get any good answers? Yeah, the Charlemagne answer is exactly the one that unfortunately asking the question 2 hours earlier doesn't seem to help much.
Yeah, no, I think
only one reasonable answer. I would go on holidays with my girlfriend. I can respect that. College funds, very good, very good. Gamble it all on black. Take it down to the casino. But they seem to all be very similar minded. Yeah. I look at this answer. That's so wholesome. I'd hire Bob to teach me how to chess.
Yeah, that's very wholesome. And a lot of them are spamming H and C. I guess that stands for Hikaru and chess, right?
Also Hikaru and the chess, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hawaii and Hawaiian chess must stand for something wholesome for sure.
Indeed. And yeah, then you can gift 2,000 subs. You don't have to grab your mom's credit card anymore to support the channel. So that's also a very good idea.
Exactly. 2 clicks to download and you'll be entered into the raffle. And on top of that, you get an extension, which will save you money. And on top of that, you donate $10 to charity through no cost of your own.
Yeah, so we might be doing
not to like? It's like a win-win.
Indeed. So yeah, we've already given away a lot of good stuff. We've given away a PS5. We've given away like gift cards, a Nintendo Switch. So there might be more stuff we're giving away. So and all of this goes to charity, you guys. It goes to kids who are in hospitals who are struggling from all of the mental struggles that come with staying in the hospital for a long time. And yeah, this will just make sure that they can have fun over there and just have a much more pleasant stay. So make sure to donate, and it will all go towards those kids.
Yeah, so just to be clear, those are 2 different things. So one, there's the extension, which will get you into the raffle for the 10K or the Hawaii holiday. And then besides that, we're also raising funds for Games for Love. There'll probably be a giveaway later on, and big thanks to everyone who's already donated. But the raffle is separate from the charity, but the raffle, if you enter that, the $10 go to charity. So hopefully it's not too confusing. And meanwhile, over in Madrid, Hikaru is still thinking after Queen C1.
Yeah, so let's see what he is going to do, right? So we already discussed E5 and Rook takes D4 in quite some depth. I wonder, like we said, Pawn takes D4. What exactly happens here, right? Because, okay, if white takes here, then maybe we get rook c8, we get a lot of quick play. But, of course, there's also always queen f4 that we have to consider to hit the knight. That's a king g7, and now e5, I guess.
Okay, so let's have another look at this. So e5.
Mm-hmm.
Do we just have to take that? Do we even have any other options? Maybe knight somewhere where we're hitting the white queen?
So like knight h5 or knight d5.
Yeah.
But I wonder if white, so let's say you go knight d5, right? Although I guess here queen g3. So we could try here. So the question is if this works, but I doubt it, to be honest.
Why not?
Yeah, maybe it does, because if you take, there could be, let's say, f6, and altogether it doesn't look that terrible. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. But the time situation is, well, I'm not too concerned about the time necessarily, because already 18 moves in, but I'm more concerned as to whether he will come up with the right move or not. If Hikaru comes up with the right move, it doesn't matter that he's down an hour on the clock, because then he will make a draw. But yeah. All right, someone just DM me. They're saying synonyms for indeed are all right, surely, certainly, clearly, definitely, doubtless, easily, forsooth, hands down. So I guess and the list goes on and on. So I guess I'll just pick one of those next time.
So whenever I say something, you'll say hands down.
No, I'll just say indeed. I don't know what people's problem is. I'll just, yeah, I mean, what is wrong with indeed?
Mac is saying indeed is better than those. I think indeed is good, yeah. Indeed.
Indeed. Yeah.
It's good indeed.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with the chatters. And these just very proper, that's not propaganda, it's proper grammar. So yeah.
Okay. By the way, Benji talked earlier about can I call you Benji? I never called you Benji. I don't know what got into me.
It's all good.
It's all good, okay. And so Benji talked about the giveaways that we've been doing. I can let you know soon. Soon, guys, we'll be doing another giveaway. So go, as Benji would say, go grab your mom's credit cards.
Well, don't do that. Don't do that. We don't want to.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Grab your own. Okie doke. Shall we have a very quick look elsewhere, see what's been happening?
For sure. So let's have a look. So in this game between Fabiano Caruana and Duda, so all of this happened. They went into this endgame. Knight to c6, bishop rook d2, king e7, bishop d3, rook h d8, and rook h d1. But once again, I feel like black has no problems here whatsoever. So I think Duda should be able to hold this quite comfortably with black pieces.
Yeah, and Duda, who's done, I think, very impressive job today. I'm not optimistic about my prediction of a Fabiano win here, but we'll see. But it looks very difficult to get anything out of this. So this is another game. I mean, apart from Hikaru, out of the other three games, I really only have an interest in Ding against Report, this one, and Rajab of Nepo.
Yeah,
a little dry, a little without life.
Yeah, I think this one will probably end in a draw soon. So yeah, Nepo took on c5, played rook fc8, bishop d4, took on c3, and now Rajab is thinking like if you trade on c3, black is going to make a very comfortable draw. And actually, there's an instructive moment after rook ac1. I would not recommend to trade, because if you trade,
sorry, Benji, 1 second. I just saw that virtual Viker actually just donated $25, even without waiting for the giveaway. So thank you so much for that. That's very, very generous of you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's already our first donation of today. So yeah, big thank you to Virtual Car. So let's keep the donations coming, guys.
Not car.
Wait. His name is Virtual Car. It's the same.
No, Virtual Viker. Like,
yeah,
isn't Viker like the guy, an ecclesiastical agent, like in the Church of England, for example?
Huh. Okay, well, thanks Virtual Vicar for the donation. We really do appreciate it. But yeah, it's the first donation of today, so make sure to keep those coming, you guys. We really do appreciate all the support. Because once again, it all goes to charity, to Games for Love, to all of those kids who who are in the hospital and who are struggling, and it'll make sure that they will have a more pleasant stay in the hospital.
Absolutely. We also see Bad Jamim. I don't know why I find that name so funny. Just subscribed with Prime. Remember, we talked about it yesterday. We were educating Irina. If you use Amazon Prime, you get 1 sub a month that you can use on your favorite streamer. And Hikaru could use those Primes right now to not get too low on time. So use those Primes. See if you've got a Prime this month you haven't used yet. You can use it for free. Don't let it go to waste. And yeah, Benjamin, this here, if we see this liquidation, that game should be over momentarily.
Yeah, no, I think trading on C3 is fine for Black, but I was saying, like, I wouldn't recommend trading on C1 because now we'll get the more active rook. Right? Like, let's say Black goes King F8, White goes Rook C7, and this rook is kind of passive. Right? And even after A5, White can play A4. You know, fix the pawns, and eventually it's going to come down to something like this. And once again, this rook is kind of passive over here. And in the meantime, White can bring his own king up, and Black will just face a very passive defense. Instead of that, what Black should do after Rook AC1 is go Rook A3. Right, so Black is always attacking this pawn on A2. He's always protecting his own pawn on A7. And here Black will make a draw quite comfortably. So let's see what Rajabov will do. But yeah, as you said, if White will trade on C3, it will be quite a quick draw, but I think regardless, this game is not going to be too exciting.
Yeah, and just a big thank you to Houseboat and to Jay Kimmy for the primes. We see you and we appreciate you guys. So yeah, this one not too exciting. So let's go to the only game I have an interest in apart from Hikaru's game, Dingley Ren against Richard Report.
Let's have a look. Yeah, and yeah, as always, guys, make sure to throw in your prime to get Alireza take his time to take him out of his prep. But yeah, we see the move E6 by Richard, you know, discouraging the D5 push. So let's see. I mean, Ding could consider this H4 push right now because, I mean, there's no queen controlling that square. And it's not like Black is getting checkmated right away, but it's always pretty annoying when that pawn does push up the board. You can put it on H6, giving Black a weak back rank, so to speak. So that's something to consider for Ding. But of course, he has also other options here.
How do you evaluate the position?
I would say it's around even. White has a big pawn center, but Black doesn't have any weaknesses. Like all of his pawns are nicely connected. He has a rook on the C file. He can bring his other rook to the D file. So I think there isn't much to be too concerned about. And let's say Ding goes A3. Maybe the queen just goes back, and this pawn is always something that White has to, you know, keep in mind. But yeah, it's a little bit concerning. Once again, that Hikaru is still thinking in the current position. He's already down to 48 minutes. And it feels like, once again, I feel like, okay, if he figures it out, he should be fine. But if he doesn't, then he will be under tremendous pressure, like on the board and on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, I really would like to see a move soon. I was confident earlier. I mean, we saw the head bopping. I thought he was getting ready to make a move, but no, he is still thinking. What do you think he will play?
So, I mean, we got to do wishful thinking, right? Like we gotta sort of send him our energy. So I think he's gonna play E5, which is what I think is the best move. So
E5. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, if we all send him our energy, he will come up with the best moves. That's generally how things work around here. So keep sending in your energy, guys, and things will be good.
Spam this thunder to make Alireza blunder should also work. Yeah, I think e5. Let us know, what move do you guys want to see? I see trip spot. Everyone spam e5. Let's mentally send him the move. You know, my mom does this sometimes. So my mom is like around 1200 or so. I mean, she understands chess. She can play. And when she watches my games live, sometimes if it's like a critical move with only a critical moment where with only one move, like she knows how to read an engine and all this, she will be like, come on, Fiona, play this move.
Just send you the energy.
Yeah. Or if I'm low on time, she'll be like, you have to make a move now, make a move. It works.
Right, yeah.
Most of the time it works quite well.
Yeah.
So,
do you know do you know Dragon Ball Z by any chance?
Yeah, I do.
So do you know what the spirit bomb is?
Do I know?
So where literally everyone, you know, sends their energy to one of the main characters. So he gets the energy. Yeah. So that's what all of you guys have to do right now. Just send your energy to Hikaru. Yeah, like that. What is this? The hands up. Yeah.
Yeah, like they're always like
take my energy.
Take my energy. I love Dragon Ball Z. I was so happy. Like I watched it on TV, but mostly I read all the like the books. And I was so happy when I was done. It was like, what am I gonna do with my life now? Like there were so many of them, and it kind of felt, you know, it will go on forever. And suddenly it was over. But I wasn't so interested in what came after. Like, wasn't there some continuation to Dragon Ball Z, some Dragon Ball something?
Well, there's nothing after Z, right? But as we speak,
did we have a move?
Hikaru has moved. So he's played Rook takes D4. So now
Dragon
let's
Ball
see.
GT, I think that's the one that I was interested
but
in.
that one wasn't. Yeah, that one wasn't great.
That's
yeah. So let's see. So he's played Rook takes D4. So let's have a look. Right, Alireza is gonna take. It looks like that's his only move. Hikaru has to go knight takes, and then Queen of 4 is the critical move. Like if you go E5, then Black can always go Queen B7 and create counterplay this way with a quick Queen E4, and Black is winning because after Queen E3 you win the knight, the Queen. Sorry. So White has to play the move Queen F4 to hit the knight this way. Now we discussed this move Queen D7 in some depth, like Queen D7, White takes here, check here. This is not a perpetual because White walks out of it somehow. But there was this long line with Queen B5, right? King over, takes, check, here, check, here, check, here, check, here, check, here, and here. And again, it still looked a bit problematic for Black with the king out here and the passers on the king side. Meantime, Alireza.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry. No, sorry. I'll let you finish your point about the passers, that you're saying this was still problematic with the passers.
Right, but there's also one other option for Black, which is a bit more solid, and that is that after Queen F4, you could also give this check right away. Although maybe you still go King E2. My idea is that if you go, well, first of all, if you go King D2, you don't lose, but Black solves all of his problems after Knight takes C4, and then takes here, and you know the danger's gone. Black's even a bit better after Rook D8, creating some pressure. But White can go King to D1, sliding the king over. And now it looks like Black's in trouble because this knight's under attack, this knight's under attack. But Black can give a check here, White takes, and then we give a check here. And if the White goes B3, we trade. And I would think White's a bit better in this endgame, though, especially, you know, given the time situation. This is probably not easy because White is his outside passer. The bishop's probably better than the knight. But it's an option, especially if you can park the knight on the D5 square.
I'm starting to think there's a good chance, and let's see, because we are following this path, so knight Queen F4 is on the board. I think there's a good chance we'll go down this super long line with all the pawns for White.
Yeah. No, the live board. Yeah, I know that the live board is updating. I was just showing you guys what can happen. So chill out. The Queen of 4 has been played, but and it seems that Alireza is still in this prep. So let's see what Hikaru is gonna do now.
By the way, I have to read out this comment because that's what I call dedication. Xander2Cat is saying, after Dragon Ball Z is Dragon Ball GT and Dragon Ball Super. And he verified his account just to tell us this. So appreciate the dedication. And yeah, I stopped at Dragon Ball Z. Never looked into GT or Super, but maybe someday. But thank you. Really appreciate the dedication. Big shout out.
Yeah. Anyway, so Queen F4 has been played by Alireza, and now we set either Knight C2 or Queen D7. So let's see which one Hikaru is going to go for here.
Also, sorry, I say Z. It's because I'm Luxembourgish. That's how I say it, you know. When I was a child, it's called Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Z for all the English out there.
Yeah.
How did you say it in Dutch? How do you say the letters?
It's also a Z, yeah.
A Z, yeah?
Yeah.
We don't speak your language, guys. We make an effort just for you. We speak English, but in general, English is far from our first. So there you go. Oh, it's even Z in the UK. Oh, that I didn't even realize. Yeah, we know speak Americano. Americano. Okay, Queen D7 is the move I think we want to see, and we want to go down. I think we prefer going down the line, the long line, than playing that endgame with knight against bishop, or what do you think?
It's a good question. So I was just looking, like we can play Queen D7, right? If takes, Knight C2, King E2, and Queen B5. Because we only looked at King D2, we can also look what happens after all of the other moves. You can play King D1, but then I take with a check, and that should give black some extra options. Like let's say you take, now I can take on G2. Because if you go Queen H, because after Queen H6, it looks like black is getting checkmated. But we can take an E4 with a check, and then we can always bring the queen back to H7 to defend. And there is Queen H4, but then there's still King F8 to have Queen G8. But all of this, yeah, is pretty tough to spot, right? That's to realize after King takes C2 that you're not lost, but after Queen takes G2 you're completely fine is pretty tough, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think once again that we should be concerned if there isn't a move soon, because now we had a couple of quick moves, but even this position after Queen F4, surely when Hikaru, because how long did Hikaru took 42 minutes on rook takes D4. So hopefully it's just double checking those lines now, because surely he must have looked at the position before taking on D4.
Yeah, he must have seen, this line with Queen F4. Yeah, he still has 40 minutes, which is still, quite a bit of time, but he will have to make 20 moves, or actually 21.
Yeah. Tension is asking, how is Hikaru so short on time? I'll let you answer it, but I think that's just the nature of falling into some prep, and at the candidates, the likelihood of your opponents having some sick prep is much, much higher. But yeah, Benjamin, I'll let you can answer it better than I can.
No, I think, yeah, you do. You explain it pretty well. Yeah, he's facing some tough preparation. So it's, of course, very difficult because Alireza has analyzed all of this with the computer, and Hikaru has to figure all of this out over the board. He knows that if he makes one mistake, he might just lose the game here. So that's why he's being very careful, right? He's making sure that he works everything out correctly. Because once again, yeah, one mistake and you can lose the game.
Yes, and we've seen actually not just Hikaru. Well, yesterday Hikaru was on the good end of that when Rajabov took a lot of time. I mean, there's so many games where one player just starts burning a lot of time in the opening.
Yeah, and someone asked, is Queen D7? I guess it's not an easy move, but on the other hand, what are you gonna do? Right, I think he might be looking at Knight C2. But then I'm wondering, like, there's still King E2. And probably it transposes, because Knight D4, well, there's Knight D4, I guess. Because, yeah, you cannot go here, because then there's Knight C4. King D3 feels like it's too much. I don't know if there's this, but... So, it feels like White has to go King D1. Then there was check. Now, if King C1, we have, wait.
By the way, while you figure this one out, just very quickly, we will start the giveaway in just 2 minutes. So get excited and get ready. What is this Knight D4?
Yeah, well, it's very sharp. The idea is that if I take with the bishop, there's Knight E2. And we win the queen. And I guess if White takes with the queen, White doesn't really have a threat. So we have time for a move like Queen B5, hitting this rook and creating some threats of our own. But once again, all very difficult to figure out. So let's keep sending in our energy to Hikaru, that he will figure out the right move. And yeah, we're going to start the giveaway very, very soon.
Absolutely. So, well, we will have a video ready as well to show you about what it is that that Games for Love do. So Games for Love is our chosen charity that will be raising funds for throughout this candidates tournament. Benjamin already told you a bit about they work a lot with children who spend a long time in hospital to not just keep them entertained, but also in terms of education. It's also past the stage of when they were in hospital. There's scholarships. They also work with third world countries where money, just hard cash money is needed to give children life-saving treatments. As you can see at the top, we've already raised $9,177 today. We should make a push to make it past 10K, and the giveaway has just started. So for the next 10 minutes, every donation, you'll be entered into a giveaway for a Zagreb chess set, a beautiful chess set, and a PlayStation 5. I'll be keeping an eye on all the donations. All donations up to $25 will enter the giveaway once. From 25, any donations of 25 and over, you double your entries. So let's see the donations come in. All the donations, 100% of them go to Games for Love, and a beautiful prize at stake. So let's see who's gonna get in the first, who's gonna be the first to get their name into the giveaway.
Yeah, make sure to enter the raffle, you guys, by donating. And yeah, as Fiona said, if you donate $25 or more, you will have a double chance of winning. But all of this is for charity. It's all for a good cause. It all goes to Games for Love. And yeah, we will be giving away a PlayStation 5 and a Zagreb chess set. So yeah, definitely make sure to keep the positive energy flowing, you guys.
Absolutely, all for charity. The first donation is in. It is Krusty Man with the $25. Thank you so much, Krusty Man. He's also saying, "Let's go, Warlord. Hikaru needs all your energy today. Let's let him come back to plus 10K plus. Let's make that push for 10K. Make sure to enter. We'll be giving away that PS5 and the chess set. You can see them both on screen there next to our camera. Don't give it away to Krusty Man so easily. The Johnny D with the $25 donation as well. Thank you so much. He says, come on, 10K. Let's get to the 10K today. Let's make a big push. 8 minutes, just under 8 minutes to go. I am Scully, the next one, also with a $25 donation. Thank you so much. I am Scully. I'm Scully. He's saying, thank you for your coverage of the candidates and everything for charity. Thank you, very much appreciated. Pammy J with the $25 as well. Thank you so much, Pammy J. And Virtual Vicar is back with another 25. This time you will be entered. Thank you so much, Vicar, for the 2 donations. We really, really appreciate you. BRMC9 next up with the 25. Thank you so much. Anxiety Smurf with the 15. Thank you so much, Anxiety Smurf. Cal Cobra, you guys are really, we got off to a slow start, but now they're
now they're all flowing in. Yeah, thanks Big Daddy Patty for the $25. Thanks to Western Blotter for the 5. Let's go.
Back
for the 25. Let's go. Let's get a 10K exactly. That's the energy we need, you guys. Thanks, Crystal Wiz for the 25, and Renjango for the 5 for the kids. Exactly, guys.
Absolutely.
It's all for the kids. Yeah, that's the most important at the end of the day.
Exactly. Still 6.5 minutes to go. Vince Tastic with the 25. Thank you so much, Vince. Very much appreciated. We're up to $9,505 coming in from Matty James. Thank you so much, Matty. He's saying good vibes, Hikaru. Good luck. Hikaru today, he needs all the support. He needs the energy. The children are so grateful for the donations. Remember, 100% of donations go directly to Games for Love. Cobology. Thank you so much for the 25. Let's go.
Games for Love is a 501c3 dedicated to easing suffering, saving lives, and creating a sustainable future for children. One of our most important programs is GFLX, also known as the Games for Love Experience. Traditionally, what we would do is we would go into hospitals, spend time with that hospital during an event where we play games with kids. While we're playing games with kids, we're talking with hospital staff. We usually bring in a catered meal to be able to have a chance for us to talk and just to get to know them better in their facility and some of the pain points that they're experiencing. Through that process, we come back, create a plan of action that we deliver to those hospitals long term to be able to help them pretty much indefinitely. How we've had to change because of COVID-19 is that we're no longer able to go into these hospitals. We're no longer able to play games with kids, at least not right now. And so what we have developed is a plan of action and a part of our program that's now called GFLX Drops.
Games aren't just a distraction, and they can be a wonderful distraction, but the way that they're used now, it's both a creative outlet and a way of communicating with their peers that a lot of people either take for granted or don't understand.
I think things like the newer gaming systems and the coding robot and to be able to play with the iPad Pro in a new way, those are things that sometimes we see kids get up out of bed and come down for the first time.
With your support, we can make a big difference in the lives of children. Thank you for going on this journey with us. On behalf of Games for Love and the children at these hospitals, for the kids.
And we're back. We've just seen a little bit more about what Games for Love do. So many donations have come in. I'm just going to try and quickly catch up. I think we stopped at Shock 2 with a very generous 50. A homeless guy with the 25. Lazy Couch, so generous with the $50 donation. GM Wall with the 25 saying much love back to you, and much love to everyone donating and supporting this great cause. Sheehan with the 5. Be Fair with the 25. Thank you so much. Bishop Smiter with the 25 saying, thank you, Hikaru, for setting this up. Thank you indeed to Hikaru and the whole team working hard behind the scenes. Mzungu with the 25, Big Y with the 25 saying, great charity indeed, doing so much, impacting millions of lives. per year. Queasy reference with the 25 saying Hikaru may be in trouble, but I believe in him. He's not in trouble yet. Maybe on the clock, but not on the board. We always believe. Professor Pavin with the 25. Meanwhile, 3 minutes to go. Ungsur with the $5 and the donation message. Indeed. Thank you so much indeed, Ungsur. The sneaky pawn with the $25 donation. F. Zuvi, I'm just catching up with the 25. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Viverm for the $50 donation. By the way, we've just crossed the 10K. John Fro was saying 10K today with a $5 donation. We've made it. Thank you so much, guys. Desico with the 25. The Shell has spoken with the $26 donation saying, oh, magic conch shell, what should Hikaru do to get out of this position? We'll get back to that in a sec. Boss Juicer with the $25 donation. Thank you so much. Shibolead with the 50. Blake Can Design with the 25 saying, I like your hair today, Benjamin, and a smiley face.
We all like my hair today. And also, yeah, thanks Canty, 90 for the $5. Thanks Boston Buckeye for the 50. Thanks so much for your generosity. Thanks Employee for the 5. Thanks Feeds for the $5. Thanks Rexy for the 25. And yeah, guys, we have just under 2 minutes. You guys can still enter into the giveaway. We just crossed 10K. Let's keep pushing for 11K. Yeah, 1.5 minutes to go. Let's
loving
keep all
the
energy going.
You said already Rexy's with the 25. Let's go. High spirits for the kids and shout spam this flower to give Hikaru power. Very important. Thank you so much, High Spirits. Joseph Jones also spamming flower power with the 25. Don the second with the 10. Sam again. Sam, someone I recognize from my own streams. My good friend Sam with the 25 again after yesterday. Thank you, Sam. Bad Coffee with the 25. DJ Connell with the 25 as well. Good luck, Hikaru. Thanks for all you do. Thank you for that and good luck to Hikaru indeed. 1 minute to go, guys. Last minute to enter the giveaway. Baycat 54 with the 15, Mangat Bucket with the 5. Thank you.
And just to remind everyone, if you donate $25 or more, you will have a double chance of winning this giveaway. We're giving away a Zagreb chess set and a PlayStation 5. So this is not an opportunity you want to miss. Just over 30 seconds, you guys. Make sure to keep the positive energy flowing.
Last moments to enter the giveaway. Indeed, 25 seconds to go. Alice getting in the donation, 25. Wow, Jay Shaper with a $100 donation. Thank you so much, Jay Shaper. 10 seconds to go. Will someone get in with a last minute donation? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, and Kuba Grab came in last minute with a $25 donation. And I think the winner will be announced very soon. Kobology.
Congratulations, Kobology. Now I'll have to learn how to pronounce that. Congratulations, Kobology. Thank you so much to everyone for the donations. You guys really brought the energy, the support, the love. We appreciate every single one of you. Thank you so much to everyone. We have crushed the 10K mark, so really appreciate every single one of you, and GG's to Kobology, who wins this beautiful Zagreb chess set as well as the PS5.
Indeed, yeah, big congrats to Kobology. And of course,
Benjamin, what happened in the game? Is that all on the board?
Yeah, this is all on the board. But yeah, great stuff from all of you guys. We just crossed 10K. Let's keep pushing to 15. But yeah, great stuff. But yeah, Alireza, in the meantime, still playing very quickly. He just put his bishop on f4. Yeah, this is the line we looked at earlier. So bishop f4. Now what Hikaru could consider is to put his knight on d5, but maybe it's not forced yet. Because let's say you play something like b5. White cannot activate the rook right away because then you hang this pawn on f2. So he could also make a move like b5 first, and then after f3, you really do want to establish your knight on a d5 square. And I would think if anyone's better, it's white with the outside passer, but black is very solid with this knight over here.
Yeah, I think I'm not too concerned. I mean, one of the things, of course, Hikaru has to keep an eye on the clock. But I think we're already happy just that he's out of, any trouble with all the pieces on the board and checkmating attacks going on. Question from AK for 3. Why no rook d1?
Sorry, where?
Does he mean?
Why no rook d1?
Why no rook d1?
I don't know where he meant that. Rook d2?
Maybe after b5, but you looked at rook.
Yeah, that's what I showed. And yeah, someone made a good... Yeah, and someone made a good comment.
No, he meant, sorry, why no rook d8 is what he meant.
Okay, no worries. But yeah, anyway, let's keep going. So yeah,
does he mean here? Why no rook d8 here? Maybe, I think, is the question after bishop f4. I think.
Rook d8 is possible, but I think the problem with rook d8 is that white is going to bring his king up, and then you never want to, like, if white manages to trade the rooks, I think white has very good winning chances because of the outside passer, and your pawns here can be attacked with a potential bishop e8. So yeah, I like the move knight f6 more by Hikaru to plan this knight on the d5 square, and white is better, but black is still very very solid. And yeah, some people were complaining in the chat, like, guys, 99% of the time we will be covering the chess, but we're also trying to raise money for charity. And yeah, so please, and
I think most people are very understanding. Kobology, by the way, just subscribed, so welcome. Congrats again, Kobology, and thanks for the sub. One thing that we could do, Benjamin, very quickly, is just to once again see how we got here. Like, I know we had already put the board, the moves on in advance, but when they came in live, we kind of missed them. So maybe we can just go back to the start of all this and see how we got here.
Yeah, so we left off after the move queen f4 by Alireza, and here we said that black basically has two options. It's to go knight queen d7 or knight c2 right away. I sort of had a feeling that Hikaru would go for knight c2 because if you go queen d7, white's going to take here, knight c2, king e2, queen b5, king e2, you take the rook over here, but white gives a check. And once again, it feels like if you make one mistake here, you lose the game, right? It gets all very sharp, and even in the final position, as we said, it feels like white is still better. Right, white is only down in exchange. His king is kind of unsafe. He has the passers on the king side. So I think from a practical perspective, it was the right decision for Hikaru to play the move knight c2, because this forces the endgame after king d1, queen e7 check, takes queen a4, king b1. And so Alireza has prepared all of this up to here, probably. And probably he attached like plus equals... in chess-base, you analyze, then he just said, white's a little bit better. And that's where he ended his prep, right? Because you have to end at some point. He's already moved 25. So it's also good that he's now thinking on his own. Hikaru is down a lot of time, but he needs to make only 15 more moves in an endgame to reach a time control. And he's got just under 20 minutes to do so.
Yeah, and I saw a comment in the chat, wise decision by Hikaru to take the youngster into an endgame. Would you agree with that assessment? How do you rate Alireza's endgame play?
Yeah, I think that statement is sort of outdated, that, youngsters cannot play endgames anymore. I mean, Alireza, he's very strong in all parts of the game. So, but, I think Hikaru has good chances of holding here. Well, black is going to do so. Let's say white plays h4, right? I'm pushing that past one on the board. Let's say play knight e5. The bishop goes, I don't know, here. And you can always create some sort of blockade on the light squares. And white is better, but black is still very solid. So I give Hikaru good drawing chances. But that being said, of course, also with the time differential, that is unpleasant.
For sure. I just want to give a shout out to my dear mother. I see many that were saying, Fiona drinking glow stick juice. Yeah, my mother, it's still very warm in Luxembourg today. And she came just at the right time, just when we were watching the Games for Love video. I think Benjamin heard it. I got some, I don't even know it's like lemon juice with mint, with ground mint. And it's very nice and refreshing in this heat. So big shout out to my lovely mom. Okay, shall we? We had a first result come in. The game between Rajabov and Nepomniachtchi has ended in a draw. And shall we very quickly maybe check in with the other two games, see what's been happening there?
Yeah, and just to someone asked how many moves are they in there. Hikaru's in 25 moves right now, so he needs to make 15 more to receive another hour on the clock. Let's have a very quick look at what happened in this game. So a trade happened, rook a1, rook a3, as we pointed out, rook to c2, h5, rook d7, a6, king g2 by Rajabov, but there isn't much white can do, so g6 was played by Nepo, e3, king g7, and the problem is this rook is stuck defending this pawn on a2, so white played rook c7, hitting this pawn over here. So black had to defend. Now came rook d6, white is hitting this pawn over here. So black played rook e8 to defend, rook d7, rook f8, and eventually this game ended in a move repetition. So definitely not the most exciting game of the day. I think, a decent result for Nepo. He makes a comfortable draw with the black pieces and probably will be one of the leaders going into the rest day with 2 points out of 3 games.
Yeah, because, that's a perfect transition to take us to the Fabiano game. Last we checked, it looked very unlikely that Fabiano was going to get any winning chances today.
Yeah, so we left off after rook hc1 by Fabiano, g6 was played, pawn to c3, knight a5 by Duda, rook e2 and king f6 to defend this pawn. h4, and now he goes knight b7. So he wants to go knight c5, maybe knight d6 to f5 could be an idea to go after this pawn, but white could, of course, always trade. But I'm starting to think if anyone is better, maybe it's Duda, actually. Like, I don't know, he doesn't have any weaknesses, this pawn, and I don't really see white's queenside majority going anywhere for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, if anything, but I'm also not too concerned. I think this one, like Fabi, will play a few solid moves and we'll probably see quite a peaceful draw here as well. But I'm with you. I mean, for Duda, this one definitely a great success to not only not get in trouble with black, as we have another move in the Hikaru game. So let's go back there as Alireza has just played h4.
Yeah, so h4 by Alireza. Quite a logical move, just gaining a bit more space on the king side, pushing the pawn on the board already. So now is the big question for Hikaru, right? I guess eventually we have to put the knight on d5. But there he goes, knight d5, so he's trying to speed up a little bit. And I would think bishop d2 from white. And the thing is, we said that, okay, black can go c4 and b5, but the question is, what do you do after that? I feel like at some point you might run out of moves a little bit. You can also go for f5 and king f7 or f6. And once again, white is pushing up this pawn, but it's not really going anywhere for the moment.
I have a question. So if we go c4 and b5, is there any way we can go for a5 and b4 and just try and push our own pawns?
So sorry, you wanted to go c4? And then...
What? Yeah. And then just push all the pawns. b5, a5, b4.
Well, I mean, I think that's going to be difficult because also white can activate the rook through e4. Mm-hmm. And then especially after we go a5, rook e4, and not there. The rook e4, now it's impossible to push this pawn. And now a4 for white becomes an idea.
Okay, yeah, so this is not a plan.
So maybe what we should do is go f6 before white goes rook e1, because now we have king f7, right? And otherwise we're kind of stuck here with our pawns.
Mm-hmm. And how is White going to try? Will White just try and go G4 and just keep pushing the kingside pawns? Or what do you think White will do?
I guess so, yeah. I guess White will push. We can't put this pawn on B5, that's completely fine. But the question is, right, like let's say we get something like this, right? And both sides put, their piece on normal squares. How exactly is White gonna make progress here is what I wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, that would be the dream, of course, to get something where we can kind of just sit, right, and wait and say what we're gonna do.
That's a good point. And yeah, I just wanted to point out a very nice comment by WGT Golfer in the chat. Chat, find it in your heart to make a small 25 donation to the children. The raffle alone could net you $10,000 or Hawaii. So yeah, it's. I mean, you can win great prize, but as WGT Golfer is pointing out, just do it for the kids. Do it for the kids.
Absolutely, and so once again, mixing the two things a little bit, but there were a lot of people who donated money today, and you can still donate, of course, even outside the giveaways. The link is always open. But if you, for example, cannot afford to donate for whatever reason, if you download the Capital One extension, $10 will be donated on behalf of you. So you can donate even without donating. Just a simple 2-click download extension will donate $10 on your behalf and enter you into the giveaway.
Right, so as we speak, we have more moves. So after 95, Hikaru is really speeding up on the clock. So after bishop d2, he played the move f5. I think it makes a lot of sense to make sure that White can never get in the g4 move easily. And now his king can step up to f7. And so once again, this pawn majority over here isn't that useful. And this actually reminds me of a game I saw recently between Ray Robson and Mishra, and Black managed to draw that game without too much difficulty. So once again, I feel like White is better, but it's not easy to come with a plan. And also, what Black could do, like let's say we go king f7 and White goes g3, for example. Now we could even consider going e5 and gain even more space, because h5, it feels like an isolated pawn, right? Because of this pawn on f5. So it's a bit double-edged. So I have pretty good hopes that Hikaru will hold this.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think he will hold. I really hope he will not get into too much trouble on the clock. Are you concerned? 26 minutes for 13 moves, or do you think it's still fine?
It's definitely good that he sped up on the last couple of moves, right? Like he played knight f6 quickly, then knight e5 and f5. These are all logical moves. He can make king of7 also pretty quickly on the next move. So, and given the fact that the position is rather simplified, I think I'm not too concerned. But of course, it's something to take into consideration because he has only 2 minutes per move, so he cannot really allow himself a deep think here.
Yeah, for sure. I see, by the way, I was just distracted for a second because there were a couple of people asking how to download to contribute. So yeah, all you have to do is type !Hawaii in the chat. That will give you a link to the extension. And if you download that, by the way, you have to be on desktop or on laptop, doesn't work on mobile. And you have to be in either the US. Doug just came in with a $25 donation, by the way. Thank you so much, Doug. You have to be either in the US or in Canada or have a US IP address to download the extension, and $10 will automatically be donated on your behalf. We've seen it already, I believe, over a couple of thousand dollars have already been donated through all your downloads. So keep at it, and thank you so much it's also a win for you because you will be saving money through the coupons, and you enter the Hawaii raffle. Either will send you to Hawaii, or you can also pick to get 10K if you're not interested in the Hawaii holiday.
Right.
Okie doke.
So it's really a win-win-win situation, you guys. So yeah, definitely make sure to get the extension.
So G3 is played, and what did you say? You expect King F7?
Yeah, I think King F7 looks logical here, and then I guess King C2 by white makes a lot of sense. And now, as we said, black can consider the move E5, I think.
Mm-hmm. It's always a bit double-edged, right? Do you want to go E5 and push that pawn? It's a decision that needs to be well considered.
Yeah, I think E5 is fine, right? Because also you don't want to let white control. I mean, bishop C3 for now we can trade, but you don't want to let white blockade that square. So Alireza could consider going rook E1 to make sure that E5 is not a move anymore. So yeah, but I mean, maybe your idea with A5, B5, and B4 comes to mind. Although there's A4, and it feels risky to fix your pawns on the dark shores.
Yeah, this is not. I mean, this is something that I'd like to avoid if we can. But Hikaru has played King F7, and I think, Benjamin, now might be a good time for us to take a quick break. Of course, we don't want to miss anything when things get more exciting later on. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with all the action here from round 3. Meanwhile, keep sending your energy. You guys are doing great, and we'll see you very soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 3 of the FIDE Candidates 2022. We're still your hosts for the day, myself and Grandmaster Benjamin Bock, and Hikaru is playing black against Alireza, Firouzja, and Benjamin. There's been just a couple of moves since we left.
Yeah, and it's all been heading in the right direction. So we left off after Hikaru played this move, King to F7. And Alireza played the move F3, which looks logical. White wants to go G4 and create, 2 passers on the side of the board. But Hikaru played a very nice move. The thing is, if you go rook G8 here, hitting this pawn right away, white can play the move G4. And if you take, then you're in check. So white does get the 2 passers. But instead of that, Hikaru played the move rook to H8. And with that, he's threatening to go pawn F4 and to break up these pawns over here and win the H4 pawn. So to prevent that, Alireza played bishop G5. So now F4 is a bit of a shot in the dark, I would say. Right, is that the expression? Because white can just go G4 and this pawn is protected. So yeah, let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. I mean, he could go E5 now, maybe to create a passer in the center.
So let's have a look at that. That looks interesting.
Right, so
I also see I'm anxious out in the chat is saying he's equal if he plays E5. So let's see. So I guess if white goes King C2, maybe now we go F4 because we also threaten knight E3. But so white can't even take. And let's just play the move C4. Not sure about that move, but I don't know. But it's still pretty solid for black, I would argue. So C4. Now, what's the difference? Can white somehow stop us from going E5, or do we not want to go E5 any longer?
Well, white could go rook E1, and then he takes E5 out of the position. And here the problem might be that white can follow it up by a move like G4. And now white is threatening to take on F5 and go rook E5. So that would be quite problematic. So let's see. The good thing, though, for Hikaru is that he's speeding up, but maybe he sped up a little bit too much. And that's sort of what I was referring to earlier, how he probably still has enough time, but he feels like he needs to play faster, and maybe he really needs to dig into the position here.
Yeah, so, well, we'll see. Alireza still got so much time on the clock. We'll see if he goes rook e1. If not rook e1, what are the alternatives?
Well, he could, of course, still play the move g4 because h4 is protected. And after b5, he could go for rook d1, creating this very direct threat of taking here. So either way, it looks unpleasant, I would say, because yeah, gf is a real threat. You never really want to do this. You give white 2 outside passers, and it's going to take a very long time to ever really create anything on the queen side.
Okay, so we will see what Alireza comes up with. Still a little bit of work to be done here. Maybe we can take this moment to very briefly see what's going on in the other games.
For sure. So let's
Did
have
you
a look.
see the pineapple gift, by the way?
Oh yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, it was pretty funny. But yeah, let's have a look. So in the game between Fabiano and Duda, so we left off after knight b7. Rook e2 was played, knight c5, bishop f1. So Duda traded and Fabiano recaptured. So I would think it's probably around even. White wants to go rook d6, I guess, so maybe black needs to stop that with one of these 2 king moves. But white is going to bring the king up and eventually try to push his pawns forward a little bit on the queen side.
Do you still feel that, if anything, black can only be better, or do you think it's just equal? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's probably just equal. I think it can, go either way, right? Because white has this majority on the queen side, but of course his pieces, especially this bishop on f1, is a little bit passive. So I would say it's even right now, but this game can become more interesting later on.
Yeah, so this endgame, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll probably be here for a while longer. And finally, the game between Ding Liren and Report. If you're just joining us now, the game between Rajabov and Nepomniachtchi has ended in a draw already.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what else we have. We also have the game between Ding and Rich Report. So h4 was played by Ding, rook f to d8, bishop g5. And now Report decides to sacrifice the exchange with knight takes d4. Okay, so Ding takes it. And this bishop is not really under attack because the rook on d8 is hanging. So he just played h5. But now a nice move by Report. He just goes bishop e5. They're sort of maintaining this weird tension in the center because there's nothing really both players can do. But I would think if anyone is better, it's definitely Ding because he's up the exchange.
I mean, he's up the exchange. He also I don't like as a black that my rook is undefended on the 8. It feels like I always need to watch out a little bit. So right. Yeah, Ding. Do you think Ding could strike here and get his first win?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he needs to. If he wants to win, he needs to get back to 50% rather sooner than later. So yeah, he definitely has an opportunity here to get on the scoreboard. And yeah, it could become a tough tournament for Richard because in the first round he was lost against Duda. He had a winning position yesterday against Alireza, but he was not able to convert it. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how he will do.
For sure. And well, shall we go back to Hikaru? We see that Alireza is still thinking, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, let's have a look. So Alireza is still thinking after the move c4. Yeah, so we thought probably g4 for white here. So let's have a look. Let's say white goes g4 and we go b5 and white goes rook d1. It seems like tough to deal with this threat of white taking on f5. I mean, we could take here and go, let's say, rook g8 to stop this push. But I mean, after check, we have a tough decision to make because we don't really want to go to e8 because then our king is cut off from these 2 passers. And you can go to g6 or g7, but here you're also kind of stuck. And maybe white can just move this bishop out of the way to prepare h5 and g5.
Yeah, I mean, all these positions where we end up giving white H and G past pawns, I'm with you. I don't like it so much. It just looks a little worrisome.
Yeah. So, yeah, and also Alireza is an hour up on the clock, so he has a lot of time to figure out the right plan here. So it is looking tough. It's definitely not an easy position.
Yeah, this is not, I mean, so how do we, well, first we'll have to see, of course, what Alireza does.
Yeah.
What do you think he's going to do?
I think G4 makes a lot of sense because it creates this very direct idea with rook D1. And I mean, white can play the move G4. I don't necessarily know what Hikaru has planned here. Maybe the move B5 that we saw earlier. But even, let's say, white taking on F5 and rook D1 is kind of annoying. I mean, after king E6, rook E1, I guess there's king D6 and black is fine. But it is something you have to consider. But yeah, probably this move rook D1 right away. And this threat of pawn takes F5.
The threat is stronger than the execution.
Yeah. Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, because now we cannot defend with the king via E6. And okay, can we find some alternative here to taking on G4 if it exists?
I mean, you could go king G6, but then after rook E1, this is tough to defend. Right? You don't really want to go rook E8, and king F7 loses to pawn takes F5 or rook E5. Because, I mean, this is also hanging on a lot of lines. And I mean, if rook E8, then there's also rook E5, and white is turning this. So this could be quite tough if Alireza plays C4. And to me, it looks very logical. So, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying G4 looks indeed more direct than the alternative we saw with rook E1. Like G4 is basically just asking some immediate questions.
Right. So let's see.
Is pushing C3 ever an idea for black?
Yeah, it could be an idea. It could be an idea, but it doesn't do too. I mean, I guess it liquidates the pawns.
I want
right,
to basically liquidate as much as possible.
So can white get away with a move like B3 is what I wonder. No.
Okay. Ideally, I want to keep pushing on the queen side, right? I don't know if I want to start with the B pawn or with the A pawn. Like ideally, I would like to play A4, A5, B5, and B4, you know?
Right, yeah.
But I don't know what the best way is to try and achieve that.
Yeah, I like the plan, but it does feel a little too slow. But yeah, I think C3 is definitely something white has to take into consideration. You know, just straight up more pawns, you get the open C file for your rook. I guess if white goes rook D1, then we go rook C8 and we threaten C2 right away. So we could even consider going, let's say, rook C8 here to try to go C3. Although, once again, after C3, there's always B3. And white could also consider going rook E1 with the idea of taking and rook E5 again.
Okay, and what was this? At some point, there was this engine move which flashed up, which had me curious. It was F4, but in which position? Was it after? Okay, we've had a move, and Alireza played G4.
Yeah, so we played G4, which is a good move by white. And yeah, now it's looking tough for Hikaru. He's down quite a bit of time on the clock, and there's definitely some problems in the position which are not easy to solve. So let's see how he's going to try to do so. I guess, yeah, I mean, maybe a rook to c8 is an idea, or
Can we just, like, f4 is never going to work, right? I know I'm giving you the two passed pawns, and also the pawn would probably be too weak.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, because why will go, let's say, rook d1 or e1, one of these two, and then rook e4, hit this and hit f4. So I feel like it's not gonna work out. So yeah, Hikaru 21 minutes, still quite some time, but I mean, white's plan is very clear. Like if we go b5, then just rook d1.
Can we see one more time? So if c3, there was just one, like, what had we looked at? Wasn't there some possibility of f4 somewhere here, or was it another line?
Maybe after b3 we can consider f4, because I mean here we have this passed c pawn, right? So let's say white goes rook e1, we go
and
here.
And the pawn is not hanging anymore, so c4.
Right.
Yeah.
And we have b5 by Hikaru, but I don't see what he wants to do after rook d1, to be honest. I'm having a tough time.
Okay, maybe he will just take. Maybe he will just take on g4.
But the question is then what? I mean, I guess maybe we do have to put this rook here to make sure that white cannot advance.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I like rook g8 to start with. Okay, and then to decide where to go, I guess to e8.
Yeah, but it does feel risky, you know, to put our king here. But for the moment, white cannot make progress. Or you can't even bring your king because you hang this. But of course you could do that through c1, like king c1, king d2. But maybe here your plan with a5, b4,
finally use those pawns.
Oh yeah, no, I guess 4.
It always feels a bit scary that even when we go b4, suddenly the a file is open. Maybe the rook will come to a1, but I think black just needs some active counterplay, surely.
Yeah, no, you make a good point. Yeah, here there's rook a1. But I think given the fact that once again white is kind of stuck here, we should be fine. Right? It's just one check. We go king up, and it takes a long time for white to really create anything here. And now,
I mean, we've even found a way for Hikaru to get an advantage.
Indeed, yeah. So he's definitely still hanging on in these endgames. I would say he's misplayed it maybe a little bit, but generally he's very tenacious in these kinds of positions.
Yeah, I think now that we've seen those lines, I'm a little less concerned. Of course, Alireza is the one pressing, but I still think that Hikaru is kind of in control. Also, 20 minutes for 9 moves is still, it's more than two moves per minute, where I always feel like the situation is not dramatic yet.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's yeah, I think, you know, he should make the time control without any difficulties. Right, 20 minutes for 9 moves is quite a bit of time. The only thing is though that, you know, the position is not easy, as we said before. Like after rook d1, Alireza is posing real problems, right? Like if white takes here, he would be more or less winning. So you do have to address that, as you mentioned. So probably pawn takes. And then rook g8 seemed to be a very precise move. I wonder actually if we could just keep pushing these pawns. Like what happens here? And maybe check, what if we go here, let's say.
Yeah, you want to go up. Okay.
But because you still cannot play h5, and even here, if you go h5, there is this. Oh, but there's a bit of a problem. You give a check. And now the problem is if you go here, white is h6. And if you take, you lose.
That's a sneaky trap.
Yeah, and you don't want to go king g7 because then white just drops the bishop back and goes g5. And this looks extremely scary with these two passed pawns.
Okay, so that's something to watch out for sure.
Right.
So maybe we have to start with rook g8, right?
Yeah. So let's have a look. We said rook g8 to sort of freeze this, freeze the bishop and the pawns. And yeah, now if check, we sit on e8, which feels a little bit scary because if white manages to somehow get the h-pawn rolling, then it's tough to defend. But I think it's difficult because if you go rook g1, actually, what if white goes rook g1? I mean, we could go king up, but then the bishop drops back. Yeah, this could be annoying. But here we might get e5 and some more active play. Yeah, let's see what Alireza is going to do.
All of this I like anything I think where Hikaru can get active play will suit him fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, it seems like we have a bit of a lull in the action right now with Alireza thinking plenty of time on the clock. So it's time for my hourly push to you guys. Your reminder that we're doing a lot of exciting things during the candidates tournament. We are doing the charity 4 Games for Love, but we are also working with Capital One Shopping. And Capital One Shopping wants to send one of you guys either to Hawaii or give you 10K in cash for you to spend however you want. So what do you have to do to, first of all, enter the raffle? And for us to be able to start the raffle, we need to get to 2,500 downloads of the Capital One extension. The Capital One extension, it's basically a coupon app which will allow you to save money on your online shopping. It will also, for every download we get, donate $10 to charity, so 4 Games for Love, without you having to give any money of your own. And finally, every of you guys that downloads the app, it will get us closer to the number needed to start the raffle. I'm so excited. I mean, $10,000 is a lot of money. Remember, you need to be in the US or in Canada to take part, and you need to be either on a laptop or on a desktop. So really, Benjamin, it is all win. Also, no need to have any concerns. Capital One will never sell your data. So it's really win-win-win, as Hikaru has done B5.
So we need to get 2,500 downloads to unlock the trip to Hawaii, or you can get $10,000. So make sure to get the extension, you guys, because the extension is very beneficial. When you're about to check out of an online purchase, it will tell you like, hey, you can get this stuff for a better deal somewhere else. So make sure to get the extension. Once again, it's a win-win-win, because if you do so, $10 will be donated on your behalf. It will all go to those kids in hospitals, and you will be entered into the raffle in which you can win a trip to Hawaii or $10,000. So make sure to get the extension, you guys.
Absolutely. Los Givos is saying, I downloaded. Where is my 10K? Well, to get to the 10K, we need to get you possibly the 10K. We need to get to 2,500. So hopefully we get there. Hopefully we get there soon. Rizzy Cat, I see, has successfully added the extension. Thank you so much, Rizzy Cat. And as he's saying, I mean, he's on disability, and this is the best way to contribute to the kids. If you want to contribute to the charity, I mean, this is another fantastic benefit. If we get to the 2,500 downloads, that is 25K donated on your behalf without you guys having to spend anything towards the charity. So that's absolutely huge.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so make sure to get the extension, you guys. I think the Cream School just said it in the chat. You need to go to upstream.im/TeamHikaru giveaway. So yeah, if one of our mods can put that in the chat to make it clear for you guys where you all should go. Because yeah, we need 2,500 of those installs, and then you guys can win a trip to Hawaii.
Or 10K. Let's ask again. What would you guys do if you won the 10K? Wrong answers only. Let us know in the chat. If we gave you 10K now, what would you do with it? Vesti is saying, I did it, Bok. Are you proud of me?
Yeah, very good stuff, you guys. It all goes to the kids. And yeah, as we've seen before, you know, at some point a big donation does come through from all those installs. So let's keep all the positive energy flowing, you guys. You guys are all doing a great job.
Absolutely. Invest in crypto. Irina would be proud. Irina would be proud. Okay, and Alireza has gone rook d1. So back to the game. Buy a house. Yeah, that I can get behind.
Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, around 200 of you have already installed the extension. So we would need a lot more for, we need like 2,300 more installations for us to give away the trip. So make sure to install the extension, you guys.
Absolutely, because we want to send one of you either to Hawaii or get you that sweet 10K. Chessline King is saying Hikaru is losing. Hikaru is not losing. Hikaru is defending, but he's not losing. I see Igor Ribelka is asking, Benjamin, can King G6 work here?
Well, so King G6 is a move, because if white takes, we recapture the king and black is fine. But the problem is that white is going to go rook e1 and hit this pawn on e6, which is a bit awkward to defend. Like rook e8 is kind of passive. And here king f6, king f7 would actually lose because white takes on f5. And so black recaptures, there's rook e5, and the entire position collapses. So I think black has to take on g4 and then go rook g8 to keep an eye on the bishop so white cannot mobilize his pieces very, very easily.
Yeah, and then there was another question about c3. I think c3 had been my original suggestion, right? So there was another question about c3.
Well, there was one move ago. I think here c3 is too late because white takes on f5, and yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah, so here I think c3 is a good idea to keep in the back of your mind, but it's just here we cannot do it. We have to deal with this threat of white taking on f5 first.
Yeah. So let's see what rook e1 has just been played, and yeah, taking on g4 here is probably black's best option. And Hikaru's 15 minutes, so this is really a critical moment, I feel, and that's why I would have liked to see him spend a little bit more time in this position, because here he had the opportunity to push his pawns forward. Right, and even if white goes g4 here we always have king e6, and it's not really too concerning what white is doing. But after he played c4, now here this moment is kind of gone, because after e5, white takes here. So, yeah, Alireza creating some real threats here, namely g takes f5. So let's see how Hikaru is going to address it. I mean, this is the best move, but it's not easy.
So yeah, this is a critical moment. We think Hikaru probably has to take on g4, or even that. I mean, yes, the white suddenly has two passed pawns, but we saw some lines where black gets a lot of counterplay. How many more moves for time to be added? So this is move, and Hikaru has just actually captured on g4.
Good.
So 8 moves to go for each. We're currently on move 32, so 8 more moves until he gets another hour on the clock.
Yeah, so he's just played the move a5, but this is tricky. I mean, he's setting his pawns in motion, but here white has the option of going h5, with the idea being that rook g8 looks very clever here, right? Hitting the bishop, and if the bishop moves, you lose the pawn on g4. But white here has the very annoying move rook f1 check. And if you go king g7, you're blocking, you're no longer taking the bishop and the pawn, so I can just move it back and then go, let's say, g5, g6. And if you go king e8, keeping that attack on the bishop and the pawn, then white has pawn h6. So you cannot take because of h7, and both these squares of the rook are protected. So let's see. And on top of it, there's also rook f1 check right away, which is annoying. And here, probably king g6 to keep an eye on all of these pieces, but after rook e1, you will have to retreat, and then here h5 is annoying. So, but still, you can push forward. And if you manage to trade off a lot of pawns, maybe at some point, like let's say something like this happens, and then something, like let's imagine that all of these pawns on the queen side are gone, right? Then you can give up your knight for the last two pawns.
Yeah. And there's actually a lot of people in the chat are saying that a5 was actually the best computer move. I mean, we were seeing rook g8, but maybe it was actually close between the two. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who has the better engine.
Yeah, a5 is an okay move, but maybe rook g8 was a little bit better. But yeah, it's gonna be close. Like whether Alireza manages to push these pawns through quickly, or whether Hikaru will trade off enough pawns and then tries to escape into, let's say, a rook and bishop versus rook and game.
There was one question in the chat: could Hikaru have gone f4 instead of taking on g4? I think we had looked at it earlier, but maybe we can have another look.
Yeah, so if you go f4, I mean, white goes rook d4, and white is completely winning. But yeah, it's an idea.
Yeah, so not possible here because we cannot defend f4 another time. And there was another question in the chat a second ago. Benjamin, do you think Hikaru can win from this position?
No, Hikaru cannot win here. The most he can hope for is a draw, because his passers aren't really going anywhere for the moment. So once again, yeah, the best he can get. I think, was that question from Big Dog Dave? Because he just corrected himself, like draw. No, I think Hikaru can definitely draw. It's going to be close whether, yeah, like I said, whether Alireza will push those pawns through quickly, or if Hikaru can trade off a lot of pawns. And that's what he's trying to do with this move a5. The one thing that could be tricky is if Alireza does something like h5, b4, and maybe a4 to keep pawns on the board. Because you don't want to go knight b6 and go after this. It takes way too long.
Yeah, the knight will be too far away from the king side, where white is just busy pushing his own pawns.
Right, so you'd have to go for, let's say, c3. But yeah.
I mean, even these positions, I find it so hard to understand, you know, like, yes, I can see the assessment of +1, but I have no idea what does it really mean. Like, does it mean it's difficult, but it is a draw? Does, you know? Right,
yeah, I think, it's a very good question, right? So let's say this game, I would say it's probably still within the drawing margins, but it's difficult. That's what I would say. Like if two computers play here, black can maybe still hold, but let's say one inaccuracy in the computer will win here with white. But then on the other hand, it's also difficult for white, right? So even if you were to get the winning position.
That's true. Okay, maybe we can take 1 second to have a quick look at Dingley Run against Report. Because I was just reading in the chat that apparently they're only on move 22. I don't know if that is true.
All right, so let's see. Wait, sorry, which game?
The Ding against Report.
Yeah, so they're only move 22. King g7. So once again, this weird tension in the center is maintained. But maybe at some point, black is gonna move away the knight because this rook is no longer hanging with a check. maybe something like queen e3 is what Ding could consider to try to go h6.
Okay, I always like these ideas of just getting everything closer to the black king, also getting out of the d file. And okay, my first question is trading on e2. Does that favor white or black? What are your thoughts?
It's a good question. I guess it's okay. Yeah, maybe just take on d1 and take on e4. I mean, if white manages to go after these pawns, white is definitely still better after, let's say, bishop f3 and all these trades, but I feel like black should probably hold. I mean, there's not a lot of pieces. Actually, you can go a6 and b5, and that way trade off a lot of pawns.
And, but I mean, even this, what is this ending?
Probably a draw. Like, let's say, move the bishop. But white definitely has some chances here. Yeah, it's definitely unpleasant. But I would say probably a draw. I don't know. But yeah, we'll just have to
wait and see.
Wait and see exactly.
As meanwhile,
in the meantime, Alireza has moved. He's played the move h5. Okay, now, wait, so h5 has been played by white. So now things could get a little tricky. I think okay, so rook f1, but now rook g8, but now rook f1 by white.
But okay, this is an important moment because if Alireza doesn't find rook f1, maybe it's not so difficult. But if not rook f1.
But I think he will, and yeah, there it is. Because king, but h6.
So h6, so this is the line that we saw earlier, and h6 has just been played. Okay, Hikaru is playing super fast now, rook f8.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this. I don't know if white can even trade, but it feels like objectively white might. I feel like white might objectively be winning here, but I don't know if there is a way to maybe after the rook trade, black is still fine.
Let's have a look at the rook trade.
Yeah, but I wonder why Hikaru is playing so quickly. Well, actually, I guess black is fine here because we get the king to g6 and we block these passers. But I mean, still there's bishop d8, forcing a4. Black's majority is kind of dead. But there's a funny line. White can do this and g6. And the question is, how do you get rid of the passers? Because as soon as you go knight f4, there's bishop f6. But maybe there's just no way for white to make progress. Because how do you get this bishop to give a check?
But why do we have to go c3? This I don't understand.
Because maybe we just don't have another move. And after c3, it becomes easier for us to create a passer.
Wow.
So let's see. So let's say we do this, right? So this happens, king c2. We get an knight back. So first of all, king d3 is not an option because of here. I guess once again, it's difficult for white to get this bishop on this diagonal. But let's say you go... it's difficult. Because there's still funny ideas.
It's a very weird position, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm kind of hoping that Alireza takes the rook, no? I love this copy pasta, by the way. Spam this floppy to make Alireza sloppy. Did you still work with floppy disks, or are you already too young?
Oh, I might have for a little bit, yeah.
Just caught the end of the glorious floppy disk.
Exactly, yeah. And that's how it became the save button, yeah. But yeah, it's looking tough here for Hikaru. I think that the rook trade, maybe black will be able to draw, but with the rooks on the board, it does look tough.
So where do you think the white rook should go?
It's a good question, because if you do move the rook, we get king f7.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
But even here, so how do you make progress as white?
It's a very good question. He could also consider rook c1 with the idea of a4, but I mean, there is king g6, and a lot of pawns do get traded off. So, like, definitely still has some, like, definitely has drawing chances here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. Do you think I mean, what do I know, right? But to me, it feels like it is still within the drawing realm. It would just, okay, I have to be very careful, but it doesn't feel lost yet.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It doesn't, it feels like black still has good drawing chances, but of course, yeah, it's looking tough. Yeah, maybe this plan on rook c1 could be interesting, followed by a4. Because really anywhere else you go, there's always king f7. And I mean, you could like but this is also super annoying because you hit this pawn. And white will actually just take it, I believe. I mean, yeah, like let's say we go king up, bishop d2. I mean b4. I mean check. King e8. No, this it all looks way too loose. That's the problem. I wonder what we should even do after rook h1.
So let's come back. Rook h1. Bobo Time is saying my engine, yeah, that his engine likes.
By the way, we have a tweet from my longtime friend Roland van Kampen. He tweeted rook takes f8, king takes, bishop d8, a4, g5, king f7, h7. The notation is off though. King g7, g6 is supposed to be a draw. I vote no. Well, it's kind of like, as we discussed, it's kind of a miracle that apparently black is holding here after c3. But over the board, you would think that maybe you're just winning with white. But look, it feels so close to win.
So wait, which one?
Oh, this line with yeah, this this line where white trades the rooks.
I'm just trying to see Robin's. I found his. Okay, there is the line. Okay, but how is it not a draw? So how do you win? Robin needs to tweet again. He's on a roll. He's been tweeting a lot, so we just need to wait for his next tweet.
Right. Yeah. You know, I agree. It looks winning for white. It's kind of a miracle that apparently black is holding after c3. But yeah, because it's just impossible to get this bishop to the long diagonal. Apparently.
I see that Robin also had some wisdom to share about the Ding report game, saying, I have a working theory that if you play h4 after white castled, i.e. you are trolling with white against the Grunfeld, black usually has a half losing position once it lands on h5 or h6 for completely unrelated reasons. This can be prevented by putting your pawn on d6.
Right, because Robin, he always was a King's Indian player, so he's saying like, yeah, don't allow this stuff. Just put your pawn on d6 and don't allow any of this trolling.
That's hilarious.
Right, but
big shout out to Robin, who's probably not watching us, but big shout out anyway. And good to still see him interested in following the chess, even if he, hasn't been an active player for so long. It's good that he's still hanging around.
Yeah, the chess virus can never leave your body, you know, you always stay captivated by it. So let's see. All right, so here, yeah, Ding is thinking in the current position. Has anything happened in the Fabiano game? He has a passed pawn, but it's blocked. I wonder why Duda played knight b7. Maybe he wants to trade the rooks, and probably this game is going to end in a draw. But I wonder, like, let's say Black does get this rook trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Black is the one who can still push for a little bit. Although you have to be careful, there might be king d3, knight b7, and no, wait, c5, there's king d5. It's a nasty move.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's a draw, even if Black gets this. Probably, yeah.
It's hard to see how anyone can make progress, right? Where could the knight... If you could put the knight anywhere, I mean, where would you even want to go?
Yeah.
d4 maybe, or...
But yeah, I do think that this game is probably going to end in a draw. So yeah, let's have a look at the Hikaru game. Yeah, it's looking really tough. I think especially after the move rook h1.
Actually, Cutie Jelly, just with some good news. He's saying that the engine is having trouble making progress at depth 62.
Right, but I don't know if Mr. Jelly was referring to this game. I don't know if he was or not. Feel free to...
I guess so.
Enlighten us, Mr. Jelly.
Is depth 62? I have no idea. Is that even a thing? Yeah, he was talking about this game.
Yeah. Oh, this game. Okay.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, but once again, to me, rook h1 seems to be a problem, because let's say go king f7, then there is bishop d2 hitting this pawn over here, and if you play, like, this pawn is hanging, right? So king g6, we said white can probably just take. Not the greatest position in the world. And if you go b4, then, you know, once again, there's always this check. You have to go to e8. You cannot go to g8 because of h7, and you lose on the spot. But after king e8, then we thought rook c1, and you simply cannot defend this. And it feels like your entire position is just falling apart.
Yeah, Mr. Cutie Jelly, enlighten us. How do we defend against this?
Well, I had a quick look. Apparently there's rook g8, but I mean, it's once again sort of a miracle that Black doesn't lose on the spot here, because this bishop cannot find its way on the long diagonal, and then we can bring the king over. But yeah, looking tough, especially given the fact that Alireza has 15 minutes to come up with something. And we're getting word that Richard blundered. Keep going back. Yeah, I mean, you can go rook g8. Right, I guess rook g8 to threaten king f7. But yeah, it's tough.
We believe. So let's see this apparent blunder.
Wait, was there? Well, I was just looking, like, if white goes bishop d2 here we have b4. And it's kind of a miracle, but things do work out for Black. But I don't know. Hikaru also down to 12 minutes here. He only needs to make 4 moves. That is the good thing.
Yeah.
But it's not all the time in the world. He cannot, you know, calculate a very deep line.
By the way, there's no need to go back. The blunder was the move that we had seen, king g7, which once again, guys, calm it with the blunders. Maybe it wasn't the best, and Ding Diren has just played king f1, the move we were talking about, but there's been no dramatic changes.
I'm not pessimistic. I'm being objective, you guys. I'm being objective. It does look tough.
Yeah, I think it will be fantastic news for all of us here once move 40 is reached, because defending this position with an hour on the clock is going to be a lot more manageable than with minutes.
Yeah. So let's see what is going to happen. But yeah, Alireza's thing for now.
I mean, this is actually such a big moment for Alireza. First of all, he has to determine if he trades rooks, does he have any winning chances in that ending? And if he comes to the conclusion no, then he will start thinking where to go with the rook. And there's actually, I mean, rook h1 is tempting, but rook e1 is also tempting, even rook c1. So there's a lot to think about for Alireza. Oh wow, Alireza has
on
just
f8, so
taken
maybe
on f8.
he
That's
will go down
fantastic
this
news,
slide.
no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Hikaru's going to take now. And I guess he's going down this line with bishop d8. Wait, so just a quick, let's say white goes bishop d2. What happens here? So apparently here we go b4. And once again, we get into this very weird position where white has these pawns. But actually here we have knight e7 right away. This could be a massive pock, you guys. Like maybe Hikaru will be able to hold this game. Bishop d8. a4, g5 looks like the only try. Because if you go king c2, then here we get the blockade. And I would argue that we're okay, probably. So I think Alireza is going to go for bishop d8, a4, g5, king f7, h7, king g7, g6. And here Hikaru needs to find c3, but by this point, the good thing is that king g7 is move 40. So he has an hour to figure out that c3 will draw here. Bishop d8, by the way, played by Alireza. Okay, a4 is the only move. Can you figure it out with 12 minutes? Because, I mean, if you give up this pawn, I don't believe in this. No. I mean,
No, let's not give up. We need all these pawns.
So, yeah, keep sending in your energy, you guys. Hikaru needs it.
A4, this is it. We need A4.
Yeah. Manka Presh.
3 moves to go, 12 minutes.
Manka Presh. Is he going to find A4?
So let's have another look. So if A4, what does Hikaru need to figure out? He needs to he just needs to find, oh, no, I thought he'd done it already. Sorry, I got excited. He needs to find the C3, right? That's what
he needs to, first of all, realize that this is not the end of the world, which it kind of looks like it is, right, with these two passes over here, because you don't get rid of them anytime soon. But white also kind of promote them. And yeah, it's still kind of a miracle that this is a draw, because white cannot bring this bishop around. And we're just going to go e5. Like, let's go bishop a5. We go e5. Now knight f4 is a legitimate threat. And like, if you go here, oh my. Here black has one move to draw.
Oh my God.
Well, actually, if you think about it, it makes sense. Kinda.
Kinda.
But you have to go king h8. It's the only move.
What
That's
happens,
really tough.
by the way, if white starts bringing the king?
Take my energy. Indeed, keep sending in your energy, you guys. Keep sending in your energy.
So
send your energy to Hikaru. He needs to find a4. It's the only move in the position. Send in your energy.
Take my a4. Take our a4, Hikaru. Okay, we need
so
a4.
Let's see. So
but
let's
that
say
line
A4.
It's not an easy line that we just saw.
Right. So let's say you go here. There's also bishop h4 by white. Now you're threatening to go here and here. We still have e5. The point being that if you do this, there's knight f4. And if white takes, you lose. Congratulations. So e5 only move. If white takes, we take. King c2, king back. And once again, in these positions, we just wait with the move king h8. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. But black draws. But it's the only move to have a chance. So he's got to play it. He's got to play it. But anyway, I think with I think with all that being said and done, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. You guys, don't worry. We'll keep up the live board. Keep sending in your energy. And let's hope that Hikaru will find the move A4. We will be right back with more coverage from the candidates tournament.
Hello, and we are back with the end game here. We came back because there's been moves. Benjamin, what's going on?
Indeed. So after bishop d8, I saw Hikaru struggling on the live camera. You know, he knew that a4 was probably the only move here to keep chances. But of course, as we discussed before, this endgame looks super difficult. But he found the right moves with a4 and king to f7. Now, Alireza is probably going to try h7 because otherwise you get a blockade on the light squares and it feels like black should be able to draw here. But of course, the thing is, like, white goes h7, king g7, and g6. And it looks like black is lost. But you can never get rid of these two passes over here. But there's this amazing move c3. And by a pure miracle, I would say black holds the draw.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Also, great news is that Hikaru is just one move away now from making the time control. So g5, king f7 on the board, and only one last move to survive.
Indeed. So you guys did this. You guys did this. You guys kept sending in your energy and it all worked out, right? I kept telling you, like, just spam in your energy, and he soaked it in. He soaked it in.
Absolutely. So right. King f7 on the board. We think Alireza will try h7. The good news also is that by the time Hikaru has to find c3, he will have the extra hour, which might be quite important.
Indeed, yeah, because this move after g6, c3 is the only move to hold the draw. But yeah, as you mentioned there, he will have an hour. So yeah, that will come in very, very handy.
What's the prediction? Does Alireza play h6?
Yeah, I think it's a typo because I think it's h7 and there it is on the board. Okay, Hikaru is of course going to go king g7. You can bet your house, your kids, everything that is going to play this move. And
yeah, any other move would be quite surprising.
Indeed, and then you can bet your house that Alireza is going to play the move g6 because the only way to protect the pawn.
Yeah, and then Hikaru will probably sink into a long fink.
Yeah, Hikaru here really needs to sink into the tank, and then come up with the move c3, which is not easy. King g7 has been played, and now g6 will surely be played by Alireza, and then he's putting the pressure on Hikaru, saying like, okay, you know, here you go, here's the position, good luck figuring it out, and g6 is on the board. Oh, and c3 right away.
That's insane.
He's like, I don't even need all that time.
Holy smokes.
That's some.
I thought we were in for like a 20-minute think here.
That's some big.
Like, no, I'm done here. Let's go home.
That's some big. That's some big energy right there. Let's put it that way.
Holy smokes. That's incredible. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in shock. I really thought this is going to take some time. But no, I mean. Indeed, yeah, some big, you know what, energy. Well, the thing is, you have, so let's try to figure this out. Why is c3 such an important move? Like, apparently, if you go e5, then white moves the king over. And I guess now, right, the problem is that you don't get a second passer. You only have one passer. So white is just going to go king d2, king up, bishop g5, king here. And now, I think wiggle his king around. Like, you don't go to e2 because you allow c3 or maybe the knight f4. But I think by going king e1, then you walk your way around this way. So let's have a look, right? So c3 has been played. Let's say Mr. Alireza takes, we recapture. Let's say you go here, we go here. So bishop h4, e5, and king d2. Now here, king h8 is the only move to hold, because
right? White can never step on these two squares. Because you give a check and pick up this pawn, and then you pick up this pawn, and all of your problems are solved. But what happens if white goes here? With the slow plan of bringing the king around, well, here apparently there's the move b4, and if white takes, there's a3 and black wins. And
let's go!
And if white brings the king back, you don't take, but you put your pawn on b3, and then once again we get this funny position where white just cannot get the bishop on this diagonal. That's the only thing white needs, but you're always getting blocked by this knight f4 jump or whatever it is. This knight is controlling so many important squares.
I wonder, when did Hikaru calculate all this stuff? Do you think it was when he was thinking about a4? Because there he took a little bit of time. Like, when the hell did he figure out c3? Like, I mean, it's such a what's the word? A giga chad.
Yeah,
a giga chad move, playing c3 in 10 seconds.
That was quite a giga chad move, yeah.
He must have calculated when he was thinking, when he spent 10 minutes on a4. So my best guess is that that's when he was figuring it out.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm very, very impressed that he played it so quickly, because I guess it's the only move, right? Because the only other move you have is the move e5, right? But as we saw here, white is able to bring the king around, and you just don't have anything.
Actually, I had never even seen the Giga Chat emote, funnily enough. Is that new?
Yeah, I like the other Giga Chat better. I don't know why that was removed by the mods.
What was the other one? What was the old one again?
That was the classic Giga Chat. All right, so apparently the problem is if black goes for stuff with b4, you're always too slow. c3 takes. Pretty wild stuff.
These are some insane lines.
Yeah. Ban the mods. Well, the mods are the ones that ban people. I just showed the last couple of moves. But fine, we can go back just a little bit. So it was really here, right? We left off here, and we left off here after the move bishop d8. White is attacking this pawn on a5, and so black can go king up right away and establish this blockade. But you give up the pawn, and with two extra passers on this side of the board, white can probably create something on the queen side as well. White is just winning. So that is why Hikaru found a4. Now a4 is not impressive in itself, right? Because you move a pawn that's under attack. But the impressive part is that to figure out that in this position, where white has passers on h7 and g6, that black is not lost, right? And you have a dark square bishop. So if this bishop gives a check, it's just game over, but you can't. And then he found this move c3. Well, c3 is not necessarily brilliant, but this whole concept to realize that you're not lost in this position, I would say is pretty brilliant.
For sure. And well, now that Alireza is thinking, maybe Alireza is in shock because maybe he will now realize that this is a draw, and then he will think back at the moment when he swapped rooks, you know. So now I think Alireza will be possibly in the tank for a while. Maybe we can quickly go to Ding against Rapport, because I think we're going to get a huge time scramble there today. And also Ding just missed a big chance, I was reading in the chat. So I think just on literally the last move, maybe we can go back to where we left it off.
Right. So where did we...
I think just a couple of moves ago, right?
Yeah, so we left off after king g7. King of 1 was played by Ding. Make sure that this does not come with a check. But after black took... He didn't decide to capture the rook anyway. I guess he was worried about this and some threats, but does all of this work? I mean, you can take here, take king over, check, block, or maybe you run. It's difficult to figure out what exactly is going on, but you are up a rook.
Yeah. I think this is what chat wanted, or at least what the Ding fans wanted.
Yeah. So takes, and now a6. I mean, you can take over here. As far as you should, or go for the queen try with queen c4. Well, let's see. So let's say you take here. Seems like takes. I mean, you are up in exchange, so you still have pretty good chances of winning here.
Yeah, I mean, the time situation here is a little bit crazy. We have 16 moves still to go, 15 minutes for Ding, 23 minutes for Report. But yeah, Ding should never lose, at least. The question is, can he squeeze a win out of it?
Yeah, and in the meantime, we have more moves in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Jan-Christoph Duda. We discussed this endgame earlier. It's probably headed for a draw because I don't see how either side can make progress. F4 by Fabiano. Now, Duda can play the move A4, but I guess it's not really something White has to be too concerned around, even though this knight can potentially jump to C3 to hit the pawn on A2. But I feel like White should always have enough counterplay one way or another.
Okay, so, but we have to be a little bit careful about that B pawn. So how do we want to proceed? Do we bring the king? Do we take on E5? Do we do something with the bishop? And for anyone, yeah, I see a lot of people say they stepped away for a while, just came back. Good news, Hikaru is in control now, and it should just be a draw. He found this incredible sequence with A4 and especially C3, which you can see on the top right corner. So really impressive defense by Hikaru. Did I lose your sound, or are you silent?
No, I'm just silent.
It was eerily quiet.
Yeah, don't worry. It would be a fun joke to pretend that you're muted, you know, like sort of a reversed joke, because people would often say you're muted while you're not.
And I was worried for a second that I lost you. So how do we do? I mean, it should be draw, but do we not have to be concerned about, I meant in the Caruana game, do we not have to be concerned about knight c3 in that line?
It's a good question. Yeah, I mean, bishop g2. I mean, White can start pushing this pawn down a board, but I would say if anyone is better, it is Black. And to answer your question, I'm not listening to the music.
Yeah, I was just answering it in the chat as well. That's why I know you guys can hear the music, but when Benjamin went silent, for me it was just complete silence.
Someone says, "I'll pay Alireza $10 in crypto to blunder." I'm sure that you will take that offer. Yeah, because every half a point in the candidates is worth at least €3,500. So it's a very good deal. To offer him $10 to throw away half a point, yeah, I'm sure he will take it.
$10, anyway, such a generous offer.
Anyway, chatters, this game is probably going to end in a draw, but yeah, and I guess the time situation shouldn't be too concerning for Fabiana because they're reaching the time control very soon.
Yeah, so let's go back maybe 2 dings, because I think we will have a couple of moves coming in there, coming in soon there. So maybe we could keep an eye there for a second.
Someone is saying $20. Well, you guys could also get the extension, and then $10 will be donated on your behalf.
How about that?
How about that?
If we get 10 people to get the extension right now, that's $100. If we get 50 people, that's 500, and so on and so forth. You guys do the maths. There's 12,000 pairs of eyes right now on the stream. If all of you download the extension, and I know you cannot all do it because you're not all in the US or in Canada or with a US IP, but let's say probably 4K of you at least are in those places, that would be $40,000 going to charity. It could save you some money on your online shopping, and it would enter you into a draw.
Indeed, yeah. I think Arena was talking how she uses the extension and how it really benefits her in her shopping. Because, when you're about to check out, it will notify you of discounts that you could get elsewhere. So, like I said earlier, it's really a win-win-win situation. Because there go $10 will be donated on your behalf to charity, and you will be entered into this huge raffle in which you can win a trip to Hawaii or opt out of it and take the $10,000. So make sure to get the extension, you guys. I think the mods, maybe the mods can put it in the chat once again, and all of the money will be going to the kids in hospitals.
Yeah. So for every download, $10 will be donated, but also you enter the raffle, you save yourself some money. So all win. And
right.
Hikaru, he's not winning, but I think a draw today is pretty much a win.
Yeah, it will definitely feel that way because he was under so much pressure. And one of the chatters was asking, like, can Black find King H8? I think you definitely can in, let's say, this position, right, as we discussed, like, let's say White goes Bishop G5, because King H8 is the only move. You can never go Pawn E4, because now White can get to this square. White goes Bishop H4, E3 doesn't do anything, you just go King E1, let's say, and Bishop G3 to E5 is coming. But with the pawn on E5, so we're going to wait here with King H8, with the pawn on E5, if White does this, then we always have Knight F4. Wait,
this knight, huh?
I saw a funny comment in the chat, but here we see Chat Karu on the screen. It's quite a save.
By the way, I also saw a request to follow the time scramble of Dingley Run. So maybe we can go back there. They still have 13 moves to go.
Yeah, so we can't call it like a full time scramble just yet, but yeah, after A6, Dingley Run takes stakes, queen to E4, and played a rook to E1, hitting the queen and the bishop. So report went to D4, and now Ding is thinking, I think report has pretty decent chances to hold here. Because
Hikaru's head on Buck's body.
yeah, that's a really strong combination. That's a good combination. That's tough to beat. It's tough to beat. Okay, so sorry, you're saying. Right. Anyway, so Queen E2 is hitting the bishop. And I guess it will come down to, let's say, something like Bishop F6, Queen E4, Queen C5. And some position like this, where Black is a pawn for the exchange, but it's very difficult for White to ever do anything here. Like maybe you can follow it up by Bishop D4. And let's say you really planted there with the move E5. It's difficult for White to make progress here, I think. If I try and exchange queens as White, does that help me or does it help you if I go Queen C2 here? Well, I think Black should never trade the queens here. Just go, let's say, Queen D5. And just, I think that way Black will probably hold the draw. Yeah. Okay, and if I don't go Queen C2, how can I try and put some pressure on you? I don't know, perhaps like here. But what if you go Queen B4? I mean, maybe you can try going after the king with something like here and Queen D5. But I mean, there's still Queen E8. So let's just wait and see what's going to happen in this game. But yeah, I think insane if I go F4 here and just try and push the pawns on the king side. I mean, if you take Black and only stick with the bishop, right? So White doesn't have a real threat here. Yeah, I was hoping to go G4 and F5. Hope for the best.
Like if you do nothing, give me a chance here. Let's say you go b5, and let's admit the pawn wasn't hanging. So if I go g4, have I created some threat?
Not that I can see directly, but as we speak, Report has played the move bishop f6, which was one of the moves that we expected. But yeah, I think for Hikaru in this candidates tournament, the tough pairings for him are really at the start. You know, the black game against Fabiano, the black game against Alireza, of course, as well. And I suspect that now things are... He will have another black game against Richard. So let's see how he does there. But then, you know, he gets some whites. And I think only the... Okay, he has black games against Nepo and Ding. But other than that, I think he will have good chances to score in some of the games.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think tomorrow's rest day will be very welcome, not just, of course, for Hikaru, but for everyone, maybe especially for Hikaru and Teimur, because, well, Teimur had a quick game today, but Hikaru worked really hard yesterday for the full point. Today, even if the game, I think it's not going to go super long, it's, I think, very taxing emotionally and energy-wise when you're under so much pressure and you feel like you sort of have to find only moves to survive. So I think rest day tomorrow will be very welcome.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So let's see. No moves in this game.
Do you think that that Alireza might have missed c3 from a distance?
I don't know. I think he sort of just assumed that it was a win, right? Because it looks winning. It's kind of insane that it's not. But maybe you should have spent a little bit more time to think about it.
Benjamin, I made a big blunder on the last break.
Oh, what happened?
I forgot to run to the bathroom. Can I leave you on your own for 1 minute?
Okay, I'll leave me alone with the chatters.
Okay, chatters, be nice. Be nice to Buck. I'll be back in a minute, okay? Don't tilt our boy. I'll be right back.
All right, you guys. Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen in this game. But yeah, now it's just you and me. So let's see what you guys have to say. I'm not a Madrid, you guys. Hi, everyone. Hi. Good to see all of you guys. Yeah. Yeah, I know. We miss Fiona, but Fiona will be back shortly. Don't worry, you guys. There's no green screen. There is no green screen. I know you were talking about. Like, there's no thing I can, like, pull up or anything. So, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no green screen. Can I explain why I'm nice to my guests. I'm nice to you guys. I'm very nice to you guys. You're studying for your finals? Well, good luck. Good luck. Chad, it's not a... Exactly. See a microwave? Yeah, there's a microwave. Microwave. I don't delete any messages. Very funny, you guys. Spam. Fiona will be back shortly. Don't worry, you guys. Thanks, guys. Zeg eens een woordje Nederlands. There you go. There was some Dutch for you guys. Put something on the microwave. Well, it doesn't make any sense to put something on the microwave. Open the microwave? No, you guys don't deserve it. I don't delete messages. Very funny, guys. What is this tournament for? So this is for the local Kentucky Fried Chicken Cup. So the winner of this tournament gets free KFC for the rest of the year. So it's a pretty important tournament, yeah. And the winner also gets, you know, gets to make some videos on the casting couch and gets the microwave. So some very good. Wait, why did Jaren do this? But why did our producer do this? You see, guys, I told you guys I'm Goku. Like, you just have to send your energy to Hikaru and he will soak it in. He'll soak it in. Thanks to for the 100 bits. You guys appreciate it. Yeah. Anyway, put hair on a microwave? No, that doesn't make any sense. Super.
What did I miss?
Not much, not much. How's it going, Fiona?
Good, much better now.
All right, so the chatters did behave. So I think it was just you telling them to behave that helped.
Chatters, you're the best. Okie doke. So what am I missing? What did I miss? Alireza still hasn't made a move. And here, what do you think? Do you think Ding has any winning chances, or do you think this will just be a draw? Am I muted? No. Are they trolling me?
I don't know if what is. Well, I can hear you, but I don't know if the chat can hear you. That's the big question.
Hello.
So it's all about the viewers.
They are trolling. No, they could hear me the whole time. Okay.
Well, if they say so, then I guess, yeah. All right.
Okay, so what were you saying? So do you think there's any chances for Ding?
Yeah, no, for sure. But I think Report is probably going to hold the draw. He played Rookie 2. The point behind that move is to repeat the position quickly to get closer to the time control, because Ding has less time. And then, but of course, eventually he will have to come with another move. But if you go G3, Black gets pretty active with Bishop D4. And like if you go here, then Black can give a check and pick up this pawn over here. And here I would say Black is very much out of the woods. There's nothing wrong with my hair. You guys are just jealous. Very funny, guys. And I'm not muted. Not muted. No, I just checked. I'm not muted. Very funny, you guys. Very funny.
Okay, so we cannot afford to lose the pawn on A4. How do we hold on to it?
Let's see. So Queen D1 check, Rook E1, Queen D2. Yeah, it's not easy for Ding, because Bishop D4 is going to be pretty annoying. I mean, you can play someone like G3 and then go Queen back, but it looks rather passive, right? And then here again, there are moves like Queen C3, which are super annoying, because let's say you go here, check, and if you take the pawn on A4, then Black is pretty much out of the woods, I would say. Black is drawing there very comfortably.
Yep.
Yes, I am muted. Very funny. Nice wig.
There's one serious question in the chat. I think I found one among the sea from Wed of Hundreds. So shout out. Can you explain how the time control works for us new people? Why did Hikaru and Alireza each gain an hour of time? I think we can explain that. So the way it works is the players get 2 hours to start with. So 2 hours each for the first 40 moves. And once they make 40 moves, and yeah, there is the command !TC. Once they make move 40, each player gets an extra 1 hour for the next 20 moves. And then once they reach move 60, then they get an additional 15 moves, but also at that point in time, they get 30 seconds per move.
Exactly, yeah. So yeah, they've just reached move 40. That's why we were so surprised that Hikaru played this next move instantly, because he gained an hour on the clock. He was no longer on playing on a couple minutes. But yeah, if they make another 20 moves, they'll get, is it 15 minutes or 30?
15 minutes on move.
15 minutes, right? And only
15
then
minutes
they'll
and
get an
30
increment.
seconds, yeah.
Right. So let's see. I think it's quite likely that we'll see all draws today. Ding is getting pretty low on the clock. Hikaru doesn't use a green screen. No. Anyway.
Oh, we see the players on the clock there for a second, but Report. Actually, Ding needs to be a little bit careful just not to get too low on time. He still has 8 moves to make. Of course, he can never lose. But you don't want to, just play on seconds in the end.
Yeah, as someone pointed out, Hikaru didn't use a green screen. He used an orange screen. Exactly. Yeah.
Very true. So yeah, this one, what do you think? Very likely a draw. Very likely all the games will end in draw. I think today will be the shortest day yet. Let's hope I don't jinx it. But I think, or what do you think is a game that could drag out? This one?
This one, yeah. But to give you guys the real reason why I'm using this background is because when I was using this background, Hikaru won the FIDE Grand Prix. So there you guys go. So Hikaru, he's a little bit superstitious sometimes. So we don't mess with the routine. You know, the microwave had to be there. Everything had to be the microwave, the casting couch, everything is in place to bring Hikaru luck. Now there you guys go.
The real reason revealed at long last.
Yeah.
That's what we call dedication.
Exactly.
We're all
Indeed,
about
I have a big heart. That's real dedication right there. Yeah.
The Benji that keeps on giving.
For sure. So G3 by Mr. Ding, Bishop D4 by report, hitting the spawn over here. So now if you go Rook E2, there's Queen D1, and you lose the spawn, and black is completely fine. Queen F3. Wait, why are you laughing? What are they saying now?
No wondering, Bishop. The mods haven't changed underwear since the Grand Prix for luck.
Well, one thing also is that, I don't know if you saw, but in the first round, Hikaru wore that white and blue shirt, right? The checkered shirt.
Oh, yeah. And then he lost, and he was
and
like,
then
okay.
he lost, and then he
burned
changed to the dark blue shirt. So, and he won the second round. He's going to draw the third one. So he'll probably not change shirt for the rest of the tournament.
That's probably true. I hadn't paid attention, but yeah.
But
you're right.
We just got to do everything to win the candidates, you guys. Like, we are putting in our work with, you know, our backgrounds, the microwave, our couches, but you guys are sending in your energy as well. So it's really a team effort. So if Hikaru wins, you guys can pat yourself on the back and be like, hey, I did that. I put in all the hard work.
Sent all that energy. Keep sending the energy.
Indeed. And then after that, we're going to beat Magnus. So it's, yeah, exactly. It's just a team effort, you guys.
The plan has been, you know, laid out, set in motion. Now we just need to follow through. Simple as.
Someone says, give me the money to them. Well, you're getting entertainment here for free. And that is worth more than money. Hey.
What could be worth more than watching us all day long? You beautiful. I mean, you guys all here on a Sunday, 12,000 of you. We appreciate you all. We see you all. But what better way could you have spent your time? I don't see it. I mean,
yeah. Oh yeah, just hang out here in the chat and support your favorite streamer.
Exactly. Absolutely. By the way, very soon Alireza will have caught up with Hikaru on time, which is quite funny.
Yeah, he has 1 hour and 14 minutes on the clock. But yeah, the time situation doesn't really matter too much here, because the position is fairly limited. But yeah, I think he's probably thinking as to how to create any chance, but I don't think it's simply there.
2 minutes, by the way. There's still 6 moves. 6 moves to go. Y'all should commentate together more often. You'll get plenty more of us during this candidate, so don't you worry. Do you think you'll be sick of me by the end of it?
No, of course not. It's always a lot of fun.
You're too kind. I'll never get sick of you, nor the microwave, of course.
Nor the chatters, although sometimes they're pushing it, but they're doing a good job, yeah.
And then we'll all meet up, the whole commentary team with Irina, Buck, and myself, Inch and I. We should get a picture, maybe put it in the Discord, you know?
Yeah, but it's unfortunate that Hikaru, Hikaru is not going, yeah.
But you can take care of that with the green screen, just like take a picture of him. I mean, I've seen your talents.
I guess Hikaru will be covering the candidates, so then maybe after the game I should join for an interview. Yeah.
There's been a move in the Ding game.
You guys are saying Alireza is molding. I missed that, unfortunately. Yeah, I can assume that he's not happy. Chatting.
I think he missed it. I think he probably missed the C3 from a distance.
By the way, Ding getting down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. He still needs to make 6 more moves, and
what the heck?
He should be fine. But okay, Black is going to take this pawn, and the position is not completely without risk. So maybe Richard can still create some chances.
Do you think it? No, I was going to say, do you think it could be that Rapport offered a draw, but this is really not a position in which.
There's some weird things happening. Our moves. Oh wait, sorry. More moves have come through. So after Queen C3 played Rook D1, Queen C6. He's like, oh no, my bishop. And Richard and Ding missed it. He could have taken a piece for free, but instead he goes Queen G4, E5 by Richard, and I think a very wise decision by Ding to trade down. And now it's just going to be an endgame. And now it's just going to be a draw.
A draw, yeah. Yeah, this one, I don't think the players will play it for too long. Maybe it'll just go.
I think they'll just repeat the moves, yeah.
Yeah. And we'll see a handshake here within a second, really.
Yeah, and there we have it. So yeah, this is going to be a draw between Ding and Richard. So Richard moves to 1.5 out of 3, and Ding to 1 point out of 3 games.
Yeah, Ding today, he was close, don't you think?
Yeah, he definitely had some chances. Maybe he could have taken the rook over there, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe a chance missed, but for Richard Rapport, it feels like justice. Yesterday, he was the one pressing. So, yeah, 1.5 points for Richard, 1 point for Ding Liren. And that leaves us with only Hikaru's game against Alireza and Caruana against. Let's very quickly update Caruana against Duda. Has anything happened there? Yeah, we've had
yeah, so Duda did go for this move A4, takes C5. Now Duda took on F4, takes. So White sacrifices a pawn, but he gets an active king. And yeah, so I guess this one is just headed for a draw. Let's see what Duda. I mean, pretty much anything is a draw. Maybe even just B3 because you lose a piece, but in the meantime, you eat all the pawns on the king side. So maybe, you know, if he just wants to force a draw, he might just do this, but also say knight A4 to C. Yeah, maybe Black can still try for a little bit here, no? Because, I mean, you can always take the last pawns and you can also go for the pawns on the king side, but I guess it's a pretty straightforward draw. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to even find a line where either player could mess up.
Someone was saying B3.
Yeah, B3 is the line you just showed us, right?
Someone asked the question, do the players have to write the moves down during time pressure before making a move, or can they write the moves down later? I believe in this time control with no increment, if you get below 5 minutes, you don't have to write down the moves anymore.
Yeah, that's correct. Yesterday, by the way, there was a big discussion. Gerd of Jezebel was saying something like, oh, I think, why do players still have to write down moves in 2022? And he got a lot of, he created a shitstorm in the comments. I actually also, I'm quite traditionalist, quite old school in that I hope we're going to have to keep writing down moves.
So why exactly, or just because it's always been that way?
Yeah, always been that way. Like everything is being digitalized already. I mean, also there's so many events where there's just no DGT board. So what are you going to do? Are you going to say, well, those events where there is DGT boards, but then what if the DGT boards fail? So are you going to say, well, those events that have DGT boards and cameras, I don't know. And then it's like, how do the players know when it's move 40? Like, do they have to show it somewhere? I don't know.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's always a little bit weird, right? Because let's say you claim a draw. What if the other person was just scribbling stuff down randomly, right? And then the arbiter has to check whether it's a draw or not. And then, as you said, maybe the live transmission fails, what are you gonna do, right? Because then you're believing one player over the other. Does that make sense?
But that's already actually that's already a problem these days, right? In tournaments where there is no DGT, what I'd never thought of that. But if one player is not writing down the actual moves, but is just writing nonsense.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So I don't know what
Maggie
would
is
happen
saying,
there.
I'm older than Fiona, and I gotta say that is a boomer take. I think it's a topic where people are very conflicted. I think some are like feel very strongly that we should keep writing down the moves, and others feel very strongly that we shouldn't.
All right. You cannot write the moves down digitally. But anyway, I guess it's all part of the
At
game.
some point you could, like at some point they had in like 2005 or 6-ish, there was this company, I don't know if you remember, I think they were called Monroy or something. And they had like digital devices to put, and in a couple of tournaments you could use those instead of a score sheet, and then they were printing them for you.
I remember those, right? The Monroys. Yeah, you could put those in with a pen. Maybe.
But it failed spectacularly, like they're...
Why?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, people were saying maybe you can cheat, because if it's your own device, yeah. And then
because this was before there was so much digital cheating. I think these days you could just never buy your own Monroy and bring it, right? Like just be...
Yeah, no, they're like, it's kind of sad how much cheating there is, and there's even like people who cheat and they get away with it. So yeah, cheating, I guess that's definitely their biggest problem. Because there are even people who put like earpieces in their ear or stuff like that, and suddenly they gain like a lot of points.
Don't get me started. I mean, I feel very pessimistic about the future of chess, because I think technology is advancing at a pace where I don't think we'll be able to keep up with this sort of devices that will exist very soon. So enjoy it while it lasts, guys.
Yeah, no, I mean, cheating in over the board chess or in online tournaments where people would win a lot of money, but yeah, there have been people who've gotten away with it. But yeah, anyway, as we speak, Duda has played the move King to D6, which makes some sense. Maybe he wants to go Knight E6 and go after this pawn. So let's say we would go here, right? Then maybe Knight E6 could be annoying. Although the problem would be that you're kind of stuck, right, with your knight, but you are up a pawn, and it's difficult to try to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even clear in this endgame. Who is even trying to play for a win?
I guess it's Duda because he's up a pawn. But Duda can really make a draw any way he wants.
Yeah.
Right? He can always, let's say, trade off this one. But it's looking a little bit tricky for Fabiano. Like, let's say you go King C4, there's Knight E6, and you lose his pawn over here. I mean, you can go F5, but then take, and then... I mean, I guess if you go after this pawn, there's always Bishop E2. Like, let's say here, Bishop E2, and you hold.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this one, I mean, you were saying earlier, Hikaru, you can bet your houses that Hikaru is going to go King G7 in that position.
Yeah, pretty much all of that we predicted has happened. So all of you guys keep your houses and all your belongings.
Yeah, I think this one we could bet quite a lot that it's going to be a draw.
Yeah.
By the way, look at Alireza's clock. He's very close to dropping under Hikaru's time, which is funny.
Yeah.
Lol,
There's like
Benjamin thinks we can afford. Huh?
Oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just reading the comment. Benjamin thinks we can afford houses.
Of course.
What about Parham?
Oh no, someone's saying this looks like an endgame ahead against Parham. Well, but the game ahead against Parham, it was a night end game. We both had knights. It was a little different.
So I wonder what Alireza. I think Alireza is really seriously in shock that he wasn't, not only that he didn't win, but that he wasn't able to put more pressure.
Yeah, it's not like Alireza should have been winning, but he wasn't quite able to figure it out. But there probably was someone who would have easily won this with white. And I think Chad knows. Chad, who would have easily won this with white? Well, Parham, yes, Parham. Parham would have easily won this. Yeah, exactly. You guys know.
I'm missing the joke.
Well, Parham is just a legend. He's just a goat. Right, look. Parham. Parham would have easily won this, right, Chatters? He never misses. Never misses.
Parham actually played today in the French league, but he only drew. So how do you explain that?
I guess the live board was messed up. Yeah, can be true.
Maybe it's because he couldn't wear his lucky vest because it's too warm in France.
Yeah. I once heard a story by Ivan Sokolov, who was the trainer of the Iranian Federation, their youth team, and he said he once played a tournament without the jacket, and it went terrible. So ever since that, jacket stays on. Guy plays soccer, jacket stays on. Like always keeps the jacket on. This is a lucky jacket.
I actually interviewed him at the Isle of Man, the Grand Swiss in 2019. Mm-hmm. And they had a dress code, so he wasn't allowed to wear his vest. And when he came to the interview, I asked him about it.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, this dress code made me very upset. And then he said that he's thinking of, what did he say, of becoming, I can't remember if he said world champion or FIDE president, just so that he could get rid of the dress code.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I loved Parham.
Yeah,
right?
he's a legend.
He's a legend.
That's why the chatters love him here, and they know that Parham would easily win every position.
Can Benjamin Box solve a Rubik's Cube? Now the serious questions are being asked.
I don't know if I have one here. So people
Maybe
are getting
in the
really
microwave.
bored. People are getting really bored with the chess, huh?
Where are you hiding?
I can see. I might have one here. I can go pretty.
Is it in the
deep.
Microwave?
It's not in the microwave. No, wait. Let me. If it's all right with you, I can see if I have one here.
Huh? I'll man the ship. You get your Rubik's Cube. Okay, I'm excited to see this. Chat, you guys are doing great. Keep it up. Keep up. The ship's about to sing. That's harsh, Jada. Harsh and uncalled for. How was the Isle of Man? Yeah, I really loved it. I mean, brilliant tournament, brilliant place. Par has won games after being rated several times. If we ask, maybe we'll put the Rubik's Cube in the microwave. We shall see. Cinder will donate 100K if he turns on the microwave. Yeah, we lost Benji. We lost Benji, but he's getting. Do you have a tournament coming up? I'll be playing Keflings. I'll be playing English League next weekend. That's only 2 games. And then my next big tournament after that is the Olympiad in Chennai next month, where I'll be meeting with Mr. Buck Also, Irina will be missing Hikaru, but a lot of people. Where do I stream? If you type !hosts, you can find our channels. You can give us both a follow. Both Benjamin and I stream quite regularly. So any follow will be much appreciated.
Yeah, for sure,
what
guys.
Team? I'll be playing for Team Luxembourg. Benjamin will be playing for Team Netherlands.
Indeed, yeah. So yeah, just as Fiona said, it would be very much appreciated if you guys would follow us as well. But yeah, I was not able to find a Rubik's Cube, so that's kind of unfortunate.
Are you actually? I see so many. I can never tell anymore. I can never tell anymore. Like so many people are saying muted, but is everyone just trolling?
They're just trolling. I can check.
No, Rubik's Cube is very sad though.
Yeah, I just checked. They're trolling. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I expected better from you, chatters. You guys have to come up with a new troll. It gets old. It gets old. Download one. You can download a Rubik's Cube. Well, maybe during our next break, I can find it.
Do something.
Which reminds me,
who is the favorite country in the Olympiad? I mean, it's hard to see past Team US, especially with Russia not playing. I mean, Team US is just, even without Hikaru, they're incredibly strong.
Yeah, so yeah, the US is definitely the heavy favorites. I mean, they have Fabiana Caruana, Lavon Aronian, Wesley So, Lanier Dominguez, and then Sam Shankland. I mean, for many countries, Sam Shankland would already be a great board one, and he is their reserve, right? So they're extremely strong. And if Hikaru would be on their team, like their last player is a 2750, so I think it will be really difficult for any team to beat the US, but we're gonna see, of course.
I don't know if the rumors, like I heard some rumors that China might not play, which would be very sad. But there are some dark horses. I mean, India, even Netherlands, on a good day, they can take them down.
The US or?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, it'd be really tough. Like maybe we can. After a hard fight, we can hold it at. I mean, of course, like anything can always happen, right? Like let's say Anish wins and the rest holds. That's possible. But yeah, of course, we have a pretty decent team as well. So hopefully we can maybe fight for a medal or something.
Yeah, I mean, you guys. So you have Anish, Jordan, yourself, Max Warmerdam, and Erwin Lamy. I think a very solid team. Like it's also a nice mix of young players and experience. Who will be your guys' captain? Is that already published? Public knowledge?
Yeah, I think it'll be Jan Smeets. But yeah, our team is pretty young, I would say. I mean, the oldest guy on the team is Erwin Lamy, and he's 37 years old. Big shout out to Erwin in case he is watching. I was talking to him earlier today, and he said, yeah, Hikaru, he always keeps fighting, and yeah, he's saving the draw here.
And just to answer one thing, yeah, France could have been another nice outsider, but unfortunately, MVL is not playing and Firouzja is not playing. So without those two, their ambitions will have to be a little bit different.
Indeed, and someone was saying that we have the Van Verrees brothers. We don't. We only have Jordan. Lucas didn't make the team,
which is a pity.
Yeah,
Lucas
which is a pity, of course.
I was trying. I saw Lucas in the French league last week. I was trying to convince him to come anyway.
Right.
But I don't think we'll be seeing him in Chennai. And look at this. I mean, at this point, Alireza, how long has he been thinking? Alireza has been thinking for 51 minutes. I remember when Hikaru played C3, I said, I think Alireza is going to take some time now. But I didn't think he would be taking that much time.
Yeah, I also didn't quite expect this, but let's see what he's going to come up with. So let's see what moves he has. He can either, take with the pawn or move the king. I don't think there's ever a Zugzwang. I think, Like black is always just going to move the knight back, then put his pawn on e5, and in this position, black is just going to away with the king. And white can, pretty much outmaneuver black however he wants. The only important thing here, you guys, is that as soon as white goes king d3, we have to go knight f4 and pick up this pawn. And same goes for king e2. We don't want to allow king f3, so here we go knight f4 and pick up this pawn. And let's say, white were to put his bishop on g5 first, the trade is always fine. It's actually, if white were to take, black's actually winning. Because here after king e4, you go b4, create a second passer, and white simply cannot stop both pawns. So the Russians actually, they call this like pans, because it has two sides of it, right? Like these two pawns.
Yeah, like the legs of the pants, and you cannot stop both. So this would be great news, a way for Hikaru to win the game. I was reading comments in the chat from people saying Alireza looks very upset. I guess they might have seen footage from the playing hall. I can imagine that Alireza would be very upset right now.
Yeah. Naroditsky called it trousers. Okay, whatever. Same thing. They are called the white peepos. They're called the white peepos. There you guys go. I see some white peepos in the chat. Yeah, you got the white peepos that are going down the board. And white is never in time, because if he goes king up there, you just queen faster. So even there's a funny line where you win by one tempo, because it looks like white is in time here. But after G7, we can take. When will my microwave get an Instagram account? Probably never, but someone made a Twitter. But yeah, you can also follow Fiona and I on Instagram. But I'm not going to make an Instagram for my microwave, no.
That was smooth. That was a smooth plug. I like it. Follow us. What's your username? I mean, they can probably just type your name, but...
I think my username is GMHikaru. Yeah, it's my username on Instagram.
Go and follow him. You can find me at Fionkata.
Exactly. But let's see what Alireza is gonna come up with. Yeah, c3. I don't see what he can do here. Follow him IRL. Yeah, just yeah, keep. That'd be pretty weird. Oh, I'm following you. This is what you.
I saw a video like that once, a vlog of a guy in India. Hopefully that's not gonna happen to us in the Olympiad, of like some guy, like the guy he's a vlogger, and there was this other guy who just kept asking him either for money or for one other thing, and he literally followed him for the whole fucking video. Like, for like an hour the guy was just following him.
Yeah,
it's actually very funny. So yeah, no, actually don't follow us IRL. That would just be creepy.
Yeah, no, that'd be a bit weird, so please don't do that. No. All right.
Did I swear? I never swear. I never.
Of course not.
You never heard me swear.
All right, so Hikaru is still thinking, Alireza is still thinking, which means that we are going to be taking a very short break, you guys. But don't go anywhere. It looks like this game is going to end in a draw, which would be a huge save for Hikaru. But stick around, and we will see you guys at the other end of this break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final stages here of round 3 of the FIDE Candidates 2022. And Benjamin, we are left with only one game because all the others have ended in draws, but our warlord, Hikaru Nakamura, he's still going against Alireza Firouzja.
Indeed. So after 50 or like what was an hour-long think, Alireza finally did decide to take on c3. Hikaru recaptured, and after king c2, knight to d5. Once again, this knight needs to stay here to make sure that there's no bishop f6 check, because then white gets a new queen. And yeah, once again, it's kind of a miracle that black is saving the game here. The most important thing here after bishop g5 is that you put your pawn on e5 so that you always have this knight f4 move, and that you block off the diagonal.
Yeah, so I see Cutie Jelly, he's ready to wrap up soon so he can catch the end before his FIDE day plans. Mm-hmm. What do you think? Like, how much is there even left for Alireza to try in this endgame?
I think there's actually not much because there's just nothing white can do. I mean, like I said, you go bishop g5, e5 by black, and then let's say white goes, the bar just went up, but for no reason, because after bishop h6, we go king back, and yeah, you see it went back to the middle again. And yeah, there's just nothing white can do. I mean, after king e2, we just keep sitting. And yeah, I mean, if you go king e2, we give a check. And the one thing that black has to keep in mind that king e1 needs to be answered with b4. And then if white goes king d1, we have to go b3. But I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory that, you know, you put this pawn on b3 where it is protected. You pretty much have the same position, but with the pawn on b5, and it's definitely an improved version, and white, once again, simply cannot do anything.
Exactly, and I see Creamsicle has answered it already. There was a question, can Hikaru still win? Yeah, only if Alireza loses his mind. What do you mean, Bizzle? Show the board. We literally have 2 boards on the screen. What more do you want?
Yeah.
What more do you want?
Yeah, the chatters always find something to be unhappy about. But yeah, let's see. So yeah, I mean, if Alireza gets in king d3, he has some chance, but the problem is, okay, so maybe he's looking at this. King d3, knight f4, king d4, takes king c5, right? Because we take and white takes. But, I mean, black just walks the king back, and I feel like, yeah, I mean, you get king, you go to tempo, the bishop goes, let's say here, we go king d7, and black just makes a very comfortable draw. It's not even a real try, like let's say here and here.
Sorry, I was just getting sidetracked by this.
What did the chatters do?
No, nothing. Just JC Cash was saying show a board from white side, from black side, and then from left and from right. And I was thinking, imagine how tilting it would be, not just the spectators, but for us if the board was tilted like 90 degrees. If we had to analyze like from the side, you know, if white was on the left and black was on the right. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how to do that, and
I hope there's no way to do it. I really hope there's no way. Like, actually, I you know, Opperwesen, I guess, right?
Yeah.
And he had all these extensions to create all these crazy boards, and one of them was putting your pieces, like, let's say, from h1 to h8. So you could see the boards different, but you still had to make the move. Like, so let's say you're white, all your pieces, your king is like on h5, your queen is on, that doesn't even make it, you know, so it's like that, you know, king is on h5, queen on h4, they're just like tilted 90 degrees, but you still have to make with the mouse the move e4. And it was just such a mind, I can't say it, I already swore once, a mind F. Do you know what I mean? Do you guys know what I mean? Like the pieces were standing on the edge of the board. So it was like tilted 90 degrees, but you had to make the move that you wanted on the...
Apparently, I see here online, if you do Control, Alt, and F4, the right arrow, it should change your screen. I don't know if that doesn't work here.
What did you say? Control Alt and
Control Alt and then the right arrow.
No, it also doesn't work.
Doesn't work. No, if someone can figure it out, then let us know. But yeah, I think there's simply nothing. But if
we tilt the whole screen, yeah, no, that would work. Yeah, you're right. What do I mean by F? Fudge. A mind fudge.
Oh, let's try Control Alt Delete. I think that was the one, right?
That's not even the worst. Like there is one, I did it once on stream, one that just shuts down everything. Yeah, I forgot which one it is. I'm too naive. I even, but you're lucky. I mean that I trusted you. I did the Control Alt, right?
And there's also Alt and a 4.
That's probably the one that I did, I guess.
Yeah.
So Alireza, what's it gonna be?
Yeah, he's still thinking in the current position. But we were talking earlier, right? Like how my microwave doesn't have his own Instagram account.
Mm-hmm.
Well, during the break, 2 people made an Instagram account for my microwave. So yeah.
Well played, Chet. Well played.
We got some pretty dedicated trolls, I guess. Anyway.
How do you know? Did they tag you already in something, or how did you find out?
Well, they followed me, and I got notified by that. So, and
of course,
someone says that they've made an what is OF? They've made an OF account for it. Huh?
No, only I. I guess you're trolling, yeah.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
OnlyFans.
Oh, I didn't know. Anyway,
Only fun.
Yeah.
An only fun account.
Exactly. Oh.
Okay,
Anyway.
we had a move, thankfully.
No.
No, we didn't.
Oh, that was my move. No moves.
Okay, let's see. We have Alireza on the cam now.
Mm-hmm.
And what do we read? What do we read into Alireza's? It was his birthday, by the way, yesterday. I completely forgot to wish him a happy birthday.
Yeah, and he gave himself a nice present by saving that game against Richie.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. Yeah, he's thinking he's getting down to half an hour, but I think there's simply nothing there in the position. And Hikaru, his next move is going to be easy. It's going to be E5 and pretty much anything except King D3 to make sure the king doesn't march up. Like let's say white moves the bishop, then we go pawn E5 to make sure that like we always have this knight f4 block.
Yeah, I think he will.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I think that his last try will be this try with going to D1 with the king and testing Hikaru there.
Yeah, but I mean, even if it gets to something like this, black always holds pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see what Mr. Alireza is going to do.
Alireza.
Yeah, it's his name. I guess it's Alireza. Yeah, Ali. How are you?
No, I was just joking. I was just saying Alireza.
Oh, Alireza, yeah.
I think the way you say it is very good. Yeah, what's he gonna do? He needs to, I mean, at some point, the good news is we can't sit here forever because in 28 minutes he will have lost on time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so that is the thing. I mean, he's never going to lose on time because even if he gets down to a minute, you can literally go king here, and just make a draw like this. You know, there's no way he's ever going to lose on time, but you know,
yeah,
you never know.
I like this comment of the real MCDD. He is just wasting Hikaru's time.
But
I don't think
good.
he would quite think of it that way.
That's good. So we get to hang out here more, spend time with the chatters.
And get to download the extension, guys. 2,500 is what we're looking for so that we can give away to one of you lucky downloaders either a trip to Hawaii, or if you don't want that, 10,000. So, are you seeing what I'm seeing on the stream?
What?
Follow
that
box
snake?
microwave under the board. on the stream.
Huh. So they're plugging my microwave, but not my own account. Yeah, I see how it is.
I know your microwave is getting more plugs than our account. Matches. So anyway, back to what I lost my train of thought. So Capital One is a browser extension, which is a coupon website, basically. So when you do online shopping, it will tell you when you're making good buys, when you're missing out on better deals. It will save you money. If you download it, you will donate just through downloading, literally 2 clicks, $10 will be donated to Games for Love on your behalf. And the mods have been spamming, are still spamming the link. All you have to do is be on desktop or laptop and be either in the US or in Canada or US IP address. And then once we hit 2,500 downloads, first of all, that will mean that you guys have donated 25K to charity, which is insane. And second of all, we will send one of you, and I keep saying one of you, but it's one. You win a trip to Hawaii, all expenses paid, flights, everything, but with one person of your choice, or 10K, #ad, correct, Elviron. No, but we really want to send one of you either off to Hawaii or off with 10K. And all you do is win by doing it. Meanwhile, we've had a move, so let's get back to the game where Bishop G5 and E5 is on the board.
Indeed. So if you do win that trip to Hawaii, maybe you can ask Hikaru if he wants to go with you. You never know, he might say yes, and you will have the trip of your life. But yeah, Bishop G5 by Alireza, Hikaru finds the only move, Pawn E5. And so, yeah, I think this one is just going to be a draw. There's certainly no way for White to make progress. So once again, it's pretty insane.
Yeah, and Hikaru, I mean, he's blitzing now. He's had plenty of time to figure everything out. And I think with this behavior, you also kind of show Alireza, okay, I've seen it all. I'm ready to shake hands. You can keep trying, and I think Alireza will try now to run with the king.
Yep.
And
King H8.
Hikaru just keeps blitzing. Yeah,
King H8 by Hikaru, yeah. Another only move, but yeah, there was simply no other move in the position. So yeah, and yeah, as you said, it's a trip for 2 to Hawaii. You get the trip to a pineapple farm. And yeah, lots of great stuff. Everything covered. And
serious question, Benjamin.
Yeah.
If the winner of the raffle chose the trip to Hawaii and invited you, would you go?
I would seriously consider it. Let's put it that way.
I would too.
Well, it depends. It depends, of course, on the winner, right? Because I mean, Hawaii is pretty cool. I haven't been there, so make sure to enter into the raffle, you guys. So get the extension, and you will enter into the raffle for free.
Yeah, Irina and I already said we would join. We would come along.
Yeah. People are saying they're taking my microwave. I'm not sure about that. But yeah, you can take a person of your choice. So
yeah, Buck would rather sacrifice himself than the microwave. The microwave has to be protected at all costs.
Indeed. So yeah, make sure to get the extension, you guys. It's free. Once again, $10 will be donated on your behalf, and it will notify you of better deals when you're about to check out of online purchases online. And once again, all those donations go to the kids in hospital, so it's for a good cause. And yeah, you can win a trip to Hawaii, and you know there might be bigger giveaways, but you, as we said, you can win a trip to Hawaii or opt out of that and take $10,000 instead.
Actually, here's another question: if you won, would you take the trip or the money?
Oh, well, I guess I would just do the math, you know? I mean, I would probably take the trip. Yeah.
That's such a cold answer.
I mean, you're asking it to a chess player, right? Like every chess player would say, yeah, just do the math and see what's worth more. But a trip to Hawaii sounds pretty nice, right?
Yeah, because we say it's a trip, but we should clarify it is flight tickets, it is hotel, and it is spending money. So it's not just we put you on a plane and off you go.
Exactly.
Okay. What do you?
It's a 7-day trip.
Yeah,
it's pretty nice.
Oh, you'll have to factor in, as the guys in the chat are saying, factor in the taxes. The trip won't be taxed.
Mm-hmm.
Real wolf party. I left for a bit, and now Hikaru has more time. What happened? A lot of things happened.
But yeah, indeed,
I would take Fiona, and we would swear at everyone we see. That sounds about right.
You can also take the money and buy a microwave. That's also possible. But yeah, by installing the extension, you will save money. You will get a free $10 donation, and you will enter into the raffle. So once again, it's win-win-win, and again, you support the kids in the hospitals. That's at the end of the day, that's the most important.
So it's 7 days, including airfare, hotel, and a tour. The most important thing we haven't talked about yet, a tour of a pineapple farm, and at least one pineapple shirt, and spending money. Yeah.
And hey, maybe the pineapple shirt has been worn by Hikaru, if you're lucky.
Maybe, that's true.
We can't reveal too much about that, but
how many microwaves could you buy for 10K?
About like, let's see. I think like 500-ish, a little bit more.
It's a lot of microwaves. People are guessing 200. Are you saying your microwave was really cheap?
I forgot for how much I got it. Someone offered $600 for it, but I was like, nope, this microwave is worth more.
I can't believe you actually turned down $600.
No, can't do that. Wait, let's see. Let's see.
What are you checking? The price of your microwave?
The price. So I paid $161 for it, but it was easily the best investment ever made.
For how much did you?
$161.
Okay, but worth every penny.
Exactly. Yeah. Pretty funny how, like I just thought like, okay, I'll just buy a microwave so I can warm up food from time to time, and then people started going crazy about it.
Yeah. Yep.
Someone says they'll buy it for $1,000. I don't know. $4,400. All right, we got an offer for $4,400. Let's see if we get another offer. $4,401. All right, is anyone gonna offer more? $5,000.
Can we see 5,000?
Yeah, I'm not gonna sell it for channel points. People just keep adding $1. Oh, $6,969. Very nice offer there. $69,420.
Soon the microwave will raise more money than the charity thing.
Yeah.
Sad but true. Half a Bitcoin at this point. Soon that will be worth nothing.
Yeah. Not selling it for a Bitcoin.
Fuck no.
No. Right, everyone. 6,906. Okay, that's a lot of money. $170 billion. Is anyone going to bid more than $170 billion?
Chat has never been more alive. Chat has never been more alive than when it can bid for the microwave.
Exactly. $25 trillion offer made in the chat. Is anyone going to more billion dollars? Okay. 69 Dogecoins? No, it's less.
Dogecoins, Deutsche Mark. What did you guys have before the euro, actually, in the Netherlands?
We had the, it was called a guilders.
Ah, guilders. Yes.
Mm-hmm. 100 million Bitcoin. I don't know.
100 million alpacas. I would take the one. Although 100 million one. I would take 100 alpacas. Maybe 100 million's a bit more than I can handle.
How about Venezuelan bolivars? I don't know about that. 69 to the power of 420. That must be a pretty big number.
I will give you Jesus. I'll bid my son. You can't do that on Father's Day. Not on Father's Day.
By the way, we have a move by Mr. Alireza, and it's important to point out that the game is not over because Hikaru here has to find the only move pawn at b4. On Hikaru, come on. So let's say it goes b4, right? Let's say white takes. We go pawn up. White goes here. And now here's a question. I don't know, how does this hold exactly? Wait. So apparently there's this move knight takes b4. Because if white takes, we go here and win the bishop. And if white goes here,
we go on the board.
Very good. We go knight d5, and if takes, knight f4. And once again, we're just in time to snap this pawn off, and it's going to be a draw. So now Alireza can choose. Is he going to bring his king back? Well, then we get pretty much the same, but with a protected passer over here. So this king really stays locked up. He can take, as we discussed. But then a3, only move here is bishop c1. And then we take, which is the only move, but it's pretty obvious. You'll pay the World Championship title. I don't know, you guys. I mean, microwave, World Championship title. I choose a microwave. Alireza needs to make 14 more moves, and he has 16 minutes.
I think now that Hikaru, I think really this b4 was the last critical moment. And now this game should end soon. I saw a question, will Hikaru join you guys? I think most likely. I mean, we never know for sure. But I think tonight he will be in a good mood. Tomorrow's a rest day, so we do expect him.
Maybe maybe you guys can ask him after the game. Like,
what did we mean to ask him again, by the way? There was one important question we had to ask him today.
I forgot, but yeah, just
Chat
you guys can
know.
ask him, you know, if you win the trip to Hawaii, whether Hikaru will join you. But guys, to give away the trip to Hawaii, we need 2,500 installs. And right now, I don't know exactly where we are, but we are around like 200, 250 maybe. So we need some more if any of you guys want
some
to
more
win
energy.
The trip. Indeed.
Some more energy. What was the very... Didn't we have a very important question that wasn't related? I think wasn't directly related to the game. Oh. Someone in the chat has to remember.
One sec. Well, in the meantime, Alireza has taken a3, bishop c1, and Hikaru's captured pawn
about
b4.
the adoption. Thank you, guys.
So what was the question really?
About because it's Father's Day.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how we'll formulate it, but something about, did he spare a thought for all his sons?
Oh, yeah, like, I don't know, maybe you can ask him what it means to him or something.
Yeah. Guys, stop bidding on my used lipstick. That's creepy. So B for, oh, is this all on the board? No.
Yes, this is all on the board here.
Why is our live board not updating anymore?
It is. It is. It has the same position.
Oh, somehow I paused my stream, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, it paused itself. Maybe you guys crashed my stream.
It's, by the way, important to point out that if white were to go bishop g5 to go for this, we have to go knight d5 back and to cover the square. So let's see, Alireza played king d2. Oh, wait. Refresh the board. So king d2. And now Hikaru has one last only move to make, which is the move knight d5. The point is that if white takes on e3, then we go knight f4, and he has played knight d5. Very good stuff, very good stuff. So it takes, then we go knight f4 and capture this pawn on g6.
I like that suggestion from Znotmia. We should ask him, has any of your adopted children wished you a happy Father's Day? Maybe actually you. When Hikaru comes on, Benjamin, you start by wishing him a happy Father's Day.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe. We'll see. Anyway, Hikaru's going to capture, and this game has ended in a draw. So big save for Hikaru. Very, very good stuff. And yeah, he stays on 50%. Very important. Yeah.
Yeah, he stays half a point behind the leaders today. All the games ended in draws, so nothing changed in terms of standings. My apologies. But yeah, this one, Alireza showed up with some monster prep. So to survive what was a very scary game was a fantastic result. Serious question from the chat from Ojo. Bok, if your microwave breaks, will you get it fixed or serviced, or will you buy a new one?
That is a good question. I mean, I guess I'll get it fixed because it's such a monumental object at this point, you know? So I think that's what I'll do.
Yeah, I mean, you can always just keep it, right? Keep it broken and buy a new one. Keep that one in the background.
Exactly.
Put the new one elsewhere. Food for thought. Great question, chat. So we see Hikaru and Alireza are still at the board, chatting away. Alireza disappointed, but not too disappointed to discuss the game. Pack your bags, Fiona. We're going to Hawaii. I'll get packing. Have you downloaded the extension, Chris? Are you in? Are you in the raffle yet? They do seem friendly, yeah, for sure, I think. The mom jokes are still killing me. Bok, I need my mom back for dinner.
Right. Yeah, no, sorry guys. But yeah, so yeah, this game does end in a draw. I guess we'll have to wait for a little bit. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Hikaru is going to be joining us for an interview soon. So I guess we'll just have to wait for him to get back to the hotel, you know, set up his computer and join for an interview.
Now is your chance. I mean, unless, no, I'm not missing anything. Now is your chance. If you want to ask us anything, chess questions, non-chess, this is your chance. Can we ask Hikaru about the microwave? No, I think one question about the adoption is enough for today. Let's not push our luck. Thank you for the nice feedback about the commentary. It's been great being here with you open. Yeah, the AMA is now open. Who's leading the tournament? Fabiano and Nepo are sharing the lead on 2 out of 3. Benjamin, when did you and the microwave meet? When did you get your microwave?
It was in October 2020.
Oh, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's almost 2 years, yeah.
Okay, suggestions, question for Matt. Suggestions for playing my first classical tournament in a few weeks.
Yeah, just have fun. I would say just try to enjoy it. Just enjoy the games, enjoy the atmosphere. That's really the biggest piece of advice I would give. So what would you say, Fiona?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, that's funnily enough the advice I give. Like, just don't put too much pressure on yourself. And as Benjamin is saying, have a good time. Like you can I always think for a first tournament it can be nice after trying, get to meet some people, talk to maybe your opponents after the game. But yeah, most of all, just enjoy it. Question from Real Wolf Party. How do I get out of the 200s?
Just play more chess. I mean, you should get a higher rating than that just by playing more chess. And I would say, yeah, just maybe try to learn an opening for white and for black. And then you should be good. But actually, let's very quickly talk about the pairings. We'll answer more questions soon. But yeah, for now, Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi are in the lead with 2 points out of 3 games. Then a shared third place on 50%. We have Jan Christoph Duda, Richard Rapport, Firouzja, and Hikaru. And then in the tie for 7th, we have Rajabov and Dingleran each on 1 point. And Fiona, do you know what happens in case the players end on the same score? Is there a tiebreak, or is it decided by, let's say, mutual result or something like that?
Well, very exciting news. For the first time, if 2 players are tied at the top, we will have a playoff, which I think is fantastic news for everyone, really, because having such an important tournament decided by some weird maths, I mean, it's a round robin. So I think it's brilliant news for us, for anyone watching the tournament, and even for the players. I think the players prefer fighting it out between themselves rather than relying on some random tiebreak. So in case 2 players are tied at the top, there will be a playoff between the 2 of them. I think we are going to actually, Benjamin, take a very quick break. I did want to mention that there was a question, who will be commentating tomorrow? Tomorrow, nobody. Tomorrow is a rest day, but very exciting news on Tuesday. Well, you'll get a break from the 2 of us. I hope so. I hope we've entertained you enough today, but on Tuesday, very exciting news. You'll get Irina Krush and Jennifer Shahadi. So that's something that I'm very excited for, to see the 2 ladies in action. And then I think I'll be back with Irina on the day after, whatever the day after is, Wednesday, and Benjamin will be back later in the week. So we're going to take a very quick break now, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. We think that Hikaru is most likely going to join us. Welcome back, everyone. And we are now joined by Hikaru himself, our main man. Hikaru, first of all, congratulations. It was not an easy game. What are your first thoughts after this nice hold?
Yeah, I mean, I thought I played relatively well. I mean, of course, the draw at the end was kind of study-like, this whole C3 and this E5 line. But, I think overall I kept my nerve pretty well. And, I mean, it surprised me the opening, of course. I think Queen C1 was the first new move that I hadn't looked at, but at any rate, I thought what I did was okay. Again, I haven't looked with the computer. I'm sure there's probably something simpler, but overall, I mean, it's a good result. The draw is always good with the black pieces, especially going into the rest day.
Right. Yeah. Were you ever worried during the game?
I was very briefly worried that point when he played rook d1. I thought maybe if he'd gone rook e1, in fact, we discussed it a little bit late in the end game. I mean, maybe there if he'd done it. But, the whole thing that was very stupid about this is that the first thing I saw when he played queen c1 was what I did in the game. And then I thought for like 45 minutes to do exactly what my initial instinct was. I mean, I don't know if it was the best line. I mean, queen d7 is also playable, right?
Yeah, and then bishop takes f6, knight c2. I guess you're looking at that.
Yeah, king e2, queen b5, king d2. And I mean, I wasn't sure about this. I used a lot of time, obviously, trying to figure it out. But Computer, of course, just says no fear. No, I mean, there's nothing to be scared of, but very hard to play, I think, practically speaking, for a human. So I thought my choice was decent to go into this end game, but obviously, I'm sure computer's going to say this is fine, but very, very hard to play. Very hard to play as a human here. So yeah, I didn't do it, but I thought what I did was also reasonable at least. Again, like I said, maybe I was a little bit worse. I was not happy with what I did, this whole C4 B5 thing. And maybe Alireza could have played rook E1 instead of rook D1. I think that was maybe the one chance he had, perhaps, as we were discussing after the game. But I don't think it was ever gone, kind of. I mean, we both thought rook E1 was maybe a better try than rook D1, just because after rook D1, I can trade on G4 and then go A5 and fix the queenside pawns. So I don't know. Whether this was right or not right, but fortunately for me, I had this idea with rook G8 and then rook F8. And I think the end game's a draw. Again, I don't know for sure, but he should have gone rook H1. But again, it's very hard to play rook H1 here because then I get king F7 G6 and I get a blockade on the light squares. Whereas before he pushes H6, he can still go G5 G6. So once I'm able to establish a blockade, I think it's hard for a human. A computer obviously doesn't care, and since white's much better. But if you see a blockade coming and you don't see a clear plan, and I don't see a clear plan for white, I don't really understand why you would play this. So what he did, I thought was practical, but it just so happens that I have this very important C3 move, and it saves the draw.
I was just going to ask you about that moment, because I was saying, oh, it's so lucky for Hikaru that he's made move 40 in this important moment where you have to find C3, but he literally blitzed it out in 10 seconds. So when was the moment when you figured out this sequence? Was it when you were thinking about A4 or?
Yeah, it's right after he played bishop D8. That's when I was thinking about it. Basically the point is it's very instructive, because if I don't play C3, it's actually losing. Initially, I thought it was a draw without C3 too, but that doesn't work. Because after I go E5 here, let's just say king C1, king H8, bishop G5, king G7. Eventually he goes king D2 is fine, king D2, king H8, and then he can go king E1, and the king gets in from the other side, basically, because now on B4, no, not king F2, B4 takes C3, takes A3, he has bishop C1, B2, and white's just winning easily here. So initially I thought that this line without C3 was dropped, then as soon as I realized that it wasn't, I obviously had to go C3 right away. Yeah.
King F2 is better, because after bishop C1, you do have knight F4, but king F2 wins for white.
Wait, sorry, you're saying A takes B4. Wait, what? A takes B4 and then what?
C3 takes A3, because you have knight F4 at the end. And
B5? I'm just in time here, maybe?
I suppose so, yeah.
Okay, but after B5, you feel like you're going to lose. Maybe the computer has some miracle hold here, but B5, B6, or B5, C4, C5, I don't know. Maybe this is really a draw. Wow.
Yeah, pretty wild. Yeah.
Okay, but I didn't see this. But the point is, actually, if we go back there, let's just say I don't play B4 just to illustrate the point, that I go king G7 instead. It's that white can get around, because now he can go king F2, yeah, and then if I go king H8, there's king F3, king E4, and he's just in time here. Right. And the point is that in the game without the pawn B and C pawn, I always have a B4 later on as well, as we saw in the game.
Right. So I had a couple other, because actually when he traded the rooks, he had also the option, as you mentioned, to go rook H1, and he had this really strong move after king F7, bishop D2, which would have looked really tough.
A B4?
But then check.
King E8?
And then rook C1 is kind of nasty, but
he is rook C1. Okay.
Yeah.
Because after the game we were discussing this end game with rook F8, and then like G5, G6, but that also doesn't quite work. But he is rook C1. Right. Okay, that's...
Yeah. But I guess as soon as he traded rooks, were you confident that now it was a draw?
Well, I mean, it wasn't so much about being confident. It's just that I knew that either I'm drawing or I'm completely lost. So it's very nice that I could just like shut my brain off because I knew what I had to do. Like I knew that after I went C3, or I mean, after A4, this whole line was C3, I'm going to put the pawn on E5. I'm going to leave the knight on D5, go King G7, H8 forever. And it's up to him to prove a win or it's just a draw. And so I don't even need to think anymore. I automatically just move the king back and forth. So, I mean, I wasn't sure it was a draw, but when Alireza thought for about an hour at this point, I knew that it had to be a draw.
What did you get up to when he was thinking for an hour?
I was just in the player area in the back. I mean, just generally thinking about what I'm going to do tomorrow with the rest day, pretty much. So, I wasn't really thinking about a lot.
What did you come up with? What are you going to do tomorrow?
I don't know. I mean, it's been unbearably hot here in Spain. It's been around 100 degrees or like, high 30s centigrade or centigrade. I think that's what it is. So it's been really, really hot. So I don't think I'll be going out that much. But, at the end of the day, coming into this event, my plan was to get through the first 4 rounds, try to get to like even, through with an even score and, sort of play the event from there. So obviously I have black after the rest day against, I'm assuming Jan, but yeah, so anyway, I'll just try to relax. If it was Tuesday, I might stream, but unfortunately it's Monday tomorrow. So there won't be a stream. I'll probably just relax.
Unlucky for the viewers. By the way, I think the word you were looking for, I think it was Celsius.
Oh, Celsius. Yeah. Okay. Same thing. Whatever. Fahrenheit, Celsius. It's all the same.
Before we let you go, one important question we had for you is today, is Father's Day, and during the stream on a couple of times the !adopted command was used, bringing up the notorious list of players you have adopted. Any thoughts for all your adopted children on this Father's Day?
Well, I mean, I don't know so much about that, but actually my stepfather, he's going to be arriving here tomorrow. And I had no idea that today was Father's Day. So I'll at least be able to hang out with him tomorrow. But yeah, I think all of us have parents out there. I think at least for me, my stepfather is certainly very, very important in terms of the chess player I've become. So as far as people who I've adopted, well, it's just an online term. So
yeah. Okay. So on a serious note, I mean, your stepfather, he's been a very important part, I think, of your career, and he's gone to so many events. I mean, you said you're happy that he's coming. You there with Chris? Is that it, or will there be other members?
Yeah, that'll be the plan, pretty much. It's very weird because on the one hand, it feels like it feels very serious, but then on the other hand, it also feels very casual as a tournament. So it's kind of a tricky balance, finding a way to sort of be serious but also relax at the same time. And, I guess I will say that it's really nice to see all the fans who have shown up. Unfortunately, the playing site is on this little, like, really quiet street. So you have like 50 people basically outside the entrance before the game. And unfortunately, it's very hard to do anything with them before the game. But it is great to see all the people who are here trying to watch.
Well, it's good to hear that overall, apart from the temperatures, you seem to be having a good time in Madrid. Great news that your stepdad is arriving. I think we're going to let you go, Benjamin, unless you have any final questions.
Hikaru, today we already raised more than $10,000 for the charity, which is
nice.
Great news. And a lot of people were wondering, if they do win the trip to Hawaii, would you want to join as their +1?
That's a very funny question. I feel like most people should have someone who's more interesting to go to Hawaii with than me.
I think a lot of people would want you to be their +1, right, chatters?
Maybe. I would hope chat has they have significant others or family members who haven't been able to take trips, especially with COVID. I would hope people have
I think that's
have chat.
Chat is saying something else. That's how important you've become to them.
Yeah. But I mean, all in all, though, it's great to raise money for charity, and obviously, you guys are doing a great job.
Cheers, Hikaru. Big shout out to everyone who's donated today and these past days. Hikaru, congrats with the draw. Enjoy the rest day tomorrow, and best of luck with the coming rounds.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll do a recap for everybody in case they're wondering. And I guess I play report, but who cares? I'll look tomorrow.
Have a good
Best
one.
of luck.
All right. See you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Guys, I think that was a hard no on Hikaru
It was a
joining.
very subtle.
No,
I think that was a.
I don't think it was subtle.
He was saying if you have a significant other, take them. But if not, he'll come with you.
Okay, yeah, maybe I need to sell it differently. Remember to download the extension. Hikaru is over the moon about joining you guys on a trip to Hawaii. He's definitely in. But in order to get the chance to go to Hawaii with Hikaru, we need to get to 2,500 downloads. What are you laughing at?
Well, yeah, to get you sound like the win with Hikaru, yeah. All right.
For the chance, type !Hawaii. We are going to be wrapping up here, but this channel is going to stay online since it is Father's Day. We will be watching videos and adoption special. Yeah, I'm up. I'm ready. I'm ready for Hawaii. It's up to you guys. You guys do the downloads. And I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I've never been. I'll get my, pineapple shirts ready, all the good stuff, and we'll have a good time. We'll have a good time in Hawaii.
For sure. Indeed, you guys. Make sure to get the extension. Once again, it's a win-win-win situation. It'll notify you of discounts. So lots of good stuff, and all of the money will go to charity. There will be, if you get the extension, a $10 donation will be made on your behalf, and you get entered into a raffle for which you can win a free paid trip. Everything is paid for to Hawaii for 7 days with your significant other.
Absolutely. And if you're not interested in the trip to Hawaii, you can swap it for 10K in hard, cold cash. So up to you guys. I would be very disappointed if we weren't invited, but if you prefer, you can get the 10K. Tomorrow, once again, everyone asking who's commentating tomorrow. Tomorrow is a rest day. On Tuesday, we'll be back. Well, not Benjamin and I, but Irina Crush and Jennifer Shahadi will be here on Tuesday for round 4. So very exciting stuff. I can't wait to see the two of them. And yeah, Benjamin, today was a lot of fun as always. A big thank you to all of you guys out there, keeping us entertained, keeping us company. Benjamin and I will be back later in the tournament. You'll be seeing plenty more of us. Until then, enjoy the rest of your Sundays. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. And Benjamin, I'll leave you to close down the show.
Yeah, a big thank you to all of the viewers here. I mean, thanks everyone, first of all, who donated to the charity. We really appreciate all of you guys. And yeah, it was a lot of fun with you guys. So yeah, I look forward to being back. But yeah, make sure to tune in again on Tuesday, for which we'll have round 4. And yeah, stick around for the videos we're going to play for you guys.
Absolutely. Have a good one. Enjoy the video. See you all soon.